Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by no gluten, no soy, no sugar, all flavor. Asian Flavor Punch.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness. PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based nutrition and training for performance. PitFest is presented by RX Smart Gear, premium jump ropes for elite athletes.
Before the world wakes up, the battle begins. A battle of opposing wills. Our freedom is on the line. It's not about being perfect. It's about being better than you were yesterday. And every time you make the decision to keep going, your discipline gets stronger. The path of discipline is hard, but it's the path you chose. This battle has no opponent. It is only you versus you.
PitFest is presented by Thick Boy, streetwear for lifters and legends. PitFest is presented by Tier performance gear for swim, gym, and sport.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Unbroken Events. PitFest is presented by Barbell Voodoo, lifestyle apparel celebrating strength and community.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements. PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based nutrition and training for performance. PitFest is presented by RX Smart Gear, premium jump ropes for elite athletes. PitFest is presented by Thick Boy, streetwear for lifters and legends. PitFest is presented by Tier Performance Gear for swim, gym, and sport. PitFest is presented by Unbroken Events. PitFest is presented by Barbell Voodoo, lifestyle apparel celebrating strength and community.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is
Three, two, one, go.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna get started with event 4 pretty quick. We have 2 sets of people going in this one, so it'll be fun to watch. 3 minutes of rest in between the intervals, but we got people going, so it'll be awesome. So heat 1, Lane 1, we have Ayoka Marks. On Heat 1, Lane 2, Sanaya Robbins. Heat 1, Lane 3, Sophia Robbins. Heat 1, Lane 4, Ron Barnes. Heat 1, Lane 5, Sophia Baker. Heat 1, Lane 6, Emma King. Heat 1, Lane 7, Layla Samuel. Heat 1, Lane 8, Andrea Schmidl. Okay, now I'm gonna announce Heat 2. These are the people that are working second. Heat 1, Harmony Peoples. No, Lane 1, Harmony Peoples. Lane 2, Amaria Taylor Williams. Lane 3, Elijah Price. Lane 4, Annabelle Paquette. Lane 5, Bella Lowe. Lane 6, Emily Deem. And lane 7, Addison Daly. Athletes, 2 minutes. That's a lot of words.
You got your athletes?
Okay, so we're gonna get started here pretty quick. We're starting with saddle up. We're just getting set up right now for saddle up. It's gonna be 5 rounds, 4 reps, 90 seconds of work, 3 minutes of rest. 7 cal echo bike, 3 snatches, 6 overhead squats, and max jump rope in the remaining time. Round 1 is double unders. Round 2, drag rope singles with a skip. Round 3, double unders, and round 4, drag rope singles with the skip, and round 5, double unders. They should be getting started any second. We're just getting jump ropes organized right now, making sure seat heights are set. These athletes are ready to tackle this sprint. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, this is a sprint, 90 seconds on. These guys are starting with a 7 cal echo bike. Into 3 snatches, 6 overhead squats, and then max jump rope in remaining time. This is a full send kind of workout. We're seeing hands in the air. Already, we got people moving on to those snatches. We're about a minute left in this interval. Watching for a hand in the air. These guys over here moving straight into their overhead squats, and then they'll pick up their jump rope and get to work. Halfway through. Hands in the air. We got people moving to their jump rope in lanes 2 and 3. Athletes, 30 seconds. This first round is double unders. So you'll watch. And it's max repetitions. That is the score of this workout. Athletes, 15 seconds. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, rest. Okay, we're in this 45-second transition. This is where heat 2 moves in. They're gonna put the rope, change their height of their bike seat, and then get ready. Athletes, 20 seconds. This workout has a lot of transitions, so it's being smooth as fast in this workout. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. So this is heat 2 working away right now. You see Addison Daly spiking up those SPMs right now. Smooth as fast on this barbell, and then getting to the jump rope and trying to stay unbroken. See hands in the air. Daly first off the bike along with Peoples. Athletes, you have 1 minute remaining. We got people working on their overhead squats down in lane 7 and 8. We're halfway through this interval. Daly's getting to work on her jump rope. We got 40 seconds. Dean right behind her. 30 seconds. Being smooth on this jump rope is everything. Like I said, the score of this workout is max reps. 20 more seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, rest. Okay, we're transitioning. We're moving into round 2. Heat 1, setting their jump ropes back out. They have skipping, drag, rope, single unders now. Athletes, 30 seconds. Seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, go. They felt this once. They know what they need to do. See a hand in the air, down in lane 7. Sophia, first to the barbell. a minute into this workout. Layla working through her snatches. Emma working through hers. Schmiddle down in lane 8 going unbroken on her snatches. Straight into her overhead squats. Athletes, we're halfway through this interval. Robbins moving to her jump rope. Seconds. Athletes, 15 seconds. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and rest. Okay, we're transitioning again and move heat 2 for round 2 of this workout. Athletes, 30 seconds. This workout gets spicy, but the rest to work ratio is a nice one, let me tell you. 3, 2, 1, go! You'll see people put the pedal to the metal on this bike. It spikes your heart rate right away, and then you just gotta move through it. Hand in the air for Daly down in lane 7. Followed by Dean in lane 6. Harmony Peoples in lane 3 getting to work. Athletes, you have a minute remaining. Composure is everything in this workout. If you let it get hard, it's going to get hard way too fast. We're looking for hands in the air. Peoples has 1 overhead squat remaining, and then she'll get to work on her jump rope. We're halfway through this interval. Daly getting to work on the skip jump. Being efficient through the skip jump is going to be everything because it's new, but if you're good at it, you can be fast at it. Athletes, 30 seconds. $15 seconds. 10. 3, 2, 1, rest. Okay, we're transitioning. Heat 1 is moving back in. We're entering round 3. They have double unders this time. Athletes, 30 seconds.
Lay them down to start.
15 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, go! This is where you have to make the decision this round. Those double unders are going to get spicy, but hanging on for every rep is going to matter. We see hands in the air. Lane 3. Down in lane 1. Ayoka, first to get to work on her snatches. Followed by Robbins. Schmiddle getting to work. Let's see if she goes unbroken again.
Somehow doesn't go past all the intervals. I got the backup stock up top.
We're halfway through this interval. Schmiddle moving to her double unders. Baker with 2, 1 snatch remaining. Barnes with 1 overhead squat. Athletes, 20 seconds. Seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, rest. Okay, heat 1's moving out, heat 2's moving in.
If we have to, we might have to switch to that clock up there.
Athletes, 30 seconds.
The long way, Randy Moss from Gold Pepper. Cold shoulders to the warm wishes. They don't think that I know better. Ain't bitter, my pleasure.
15 seconds.
The industry kills these all buzz, connected. Came in the game into notes. Out of the way, and kept it the
5, 3, 2, 1, go. Daly revving it up. Dean revving it up, looking for a hand to go in the air. You're seeing it get real on these athletes' faces. But at this point in the workout, it's all about composure. Daly off her bike. Peoples off her bike in lane 3. 1 minute remaining. Dean moving to her barbell. Daily 1 overhead squat remaining. Peoples 1 overhead squat left. 3 remaining for Price. Athletes, 30 seconds. Seconds. Low moving to her double under rope. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, rest. Okay, we're back to transitions. Heat 1 is coming back. They're coming back for their 4th round. They're doing the single under skips now. This is where you gotta make that decision. Athletes, you got 30 seconds. Seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, go. We're looking for that hand in the air. Peoples and Taylor Williams have both been crushing this bike. Hand in the air for Barnes and lane 4. King with 3 calories remaining. Come on, guys, let's cheer them on as they hit this point. 1 minute. Robin's getting to work on her snatches. Middle hanging on to her snatches. Athletes, 45 seconds. Seeing it get real right here. Middle moving on to her jump rope. Athletes, 30 seconds remaining. Robbins moving on to her jump rope. Barnes moving to his jump rope. Athletes, 20 seconds. Seconds. 3, 3, 2, 1, rest. That was round 4 for heat 1. Here comes heat 2, moving on in. Composure is key. Athletes, 30 seconds.
Got your talking on?
Yeah. 15 seconds. 10. 5, 3, 2, 1, go. Daly's consistently been the first off the bike. Let's see if she does it again. As you saw from the last heat, this is where this workout gets real. Hand in the air for Daly in lane 7, followed shortly by lane 6 and lane 8. Let's see if they stay unbroken in the barbell. Athletes, you have 1 minute remaining. People's getting straight to work. Hand in the air for Daly. Athletes, 45 seconds. Daly moving to her jump rope. Hand in the air for Amaria. Low with 3 reps remaining. Dean moving to her jump rope. Staying smooth in these skips is going to be everything. Athletes, 20 seconds. Low moving under her jump rope. 15 seconds. 10. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Okay, heat 1's moving in for their final round. We're back to double unders. Athletes, 30 seconds. $15. 10. 3, 2, 1, go! Revving up their bikes. Barnes standing up, pumping his legs. The Robbins girls are moving on those bikes. Mars in lane 1 with a hand in the air. The Robbins off the bikes first. Mars following shortly behind. Let's see how they move these barbells. Athletes, 1 minute remaining. This is where you fight for every rep. Middle hanging onto that barbell. Halfway through this interval. Hand in the air for Schmidl down in lane 8 with 3 overhead squats remaining. Sanaya is onto her jump ropes. Sophia as well. Barnes locking out his final rep. Athletes, 20 seconds. Schmidl hanging onto her double unders. 15. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. We're transitioning. Heat 1 is done with their workout. Heat 2 is moving in for their final round. Athletes, 30 seconds. This round is an absolute gut check. You see who wants it, you see who wants to be there, you see who wants to fight. So it makes it fun. Athletes, 15 seconds. We'll see if Daly comes out again and is first off that bike. 5, 3, 2, 1, go! This is the final 7-calorie bike for these athletes. Knowing that as an athlete, that's a piece. Two calories for Daly. People's moving off her bike. Daly moving off her bike. Athletes, 1 minute. Daly's hanging onto that barbell. Price is hanging onto that barbell. 1 rep remaining. And Daly's advancing. Athletes, 30 seconds. These double unders will hurt, but it's worth every rep you can get. 20 seconds. 15. 10. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Give it up for the first heat and second heat of event 4. Okay, here comes heat 3 and 4. In lane 1, we have Riverlyn Miller and Leah Trevino. In lane 2, we have Angelina Arnold and Allie Sharnowski. In lane 3, we have Allison Crean and Mina Lloyd Chessel. In lane 4, we have Veronica Moranzik and Riley Wallace. In lane 5, we have Taylor Roeding and Daniela Argo. In lane 6, we have Nadia Zmiles and Addison White. And in lane 7, we have Evelyn Huff and Lily Takats. These athletes are just getting set up right now and we'll get going. Okay, I think we're close to starting this next event. Talking to some of the people before this, they were telling me about how round 4 and 5 really gets spicy. And I would think that's just purely holding onto the barbell for all 9 reps when your heart rate's that elevated off of the Echo bike. I think a key in this also is going to be trying to calm your heart rate down on the double under. It's going to be hard, but if you're able to do it, you'll be able to hang on for that 45, 30 seconds, and that's where you're just going to get all those max reps.
Athletes in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're getting started. They're ramping up these
These
bikes.
ladies working on their bike.
It'll be interesting to see the first hand in the air.
7 calories on the Echo
Looks like
bike.
Smilus
We're
is
coming off.
grinding, but
Moving to the
first
barbell.
hand in the air is
3
tough.
sets, 6
3
overhead
to
squats.
7.
In the remaining time, they'll be doing as many double unders as
They
they
probably
can.
feel great right
Closing in
now.
on about 20
Staying
seconds in.
composed
Already
is going to be
seeing
everything
Evelyn
in
Huff
these
first off
first
the
few
bike.
rounds.
Riley Wallace right there with her. Both on the bar through their snatches.
Evelyn Huff
And
ripping
here
that
comes the rest
barbell
of the field as we are 1 minute
right into her
away.
overhead squats.
All right, we've got Huff.
She's probably going to
First
end up
athlete
having about 45
to the overhead
seconds to the double
squats.
unders. Smilus
Wallace
right behind her.
with 2 reps
Overhead
slow.
squat speed is faster.
And it is Huff. The
It
first
is
to
a
start
tight
on the
race.
double
We'll see
unders.
how they do.
And
Argo fighting through
Wallace.
that snatch. The weight for these ladies is 85 pounds. That's just heavy enough where it hurts just enough, and you have to put a ton
All
of
right,
power
ladies, you've
into
got
it.
30 seconds.
You're seeing all these
30
ladies super
seconds.
smooth on their double unders. You might see some breaks.
Hold this. Because the only thing we're doing is getting him. You need to get close.
All right, we've got 15 seconds, ladies. 15 seconds.
Okay, they have 15 seconds remaining. And we have not seen any breaks yet. These ladies are holding on for this whole 45 seconds, 30 seconds.
2, 1, rest.
Okay, now we're in that transition interval. So you'll see seats getting changed. You'll see double under ropes getting laid.
Then we're going to kick it off with another 90 seconds of work. Again,
They got 30 seconds until they begin. We did not see any breaks on those double unders, so we'll see this round if some of this
time, ladies, you've got about 25
work before the rope gets a little fatiguing.
15. 10 seconds.
There's no avoiding the hurt in this workout. You have to run into that wall
All right, here we go.
and go for all the reps you can.
1, go.
And they're off. They're on the bikes. You see some different techniques. Lane 5. Taylor Roetting is sending this first bike. She is 1 calorie remaining and she's off. Now she's headed to the barbell. We'll see how that affects her later in this workout, but you'll probably see most of these ladies going unbroken in this barbell complex.
Both working through there.
In this heat,
Here on the barbell, we are just inside.
we have women 18 through 20
One onto the rope. She is on the double unders now.
in the Pitt Collegiate Throwdown. So these ladies are good athletes and they're fighting for every rep they can. They're halfway through this interval,
The rest of the field, Taylor, second one.
and smooth is fast on these double unders.
Looks like we've got 5
You're
athletes now working on.
seeing a few breaks in this heat,
Final 30 seconds here in interval 1.
but that's not a bad plan. This is a long workout. It's 1 to 2 rest, so you get plenty of rest.
15 seconds.
But the effort one interval takes makes all the rest needed.
All right, ladies, here we go in 3, 2, 1, rest.
And these ladies finished up their first round.
First round for all.
We're seeing that transition time, and now we're moving into the skip, the single under skip. I think athleticism really plays a factor into this. You see some people struggle, and some people keep their feet super close to the ground and can move it really well. We'll see who's practiced this, who's used this in warm-ups, and who hasn't.
All right, ladies, 10 seconds. Hands on the
Huff was the first off the bike last time. We'll see if she'll do it again.
Here we go in 3, 2,
And they are off. Getting up. You'll see people standing, revving the bike up.
get the heart rate going.
Smiley's really pushing this bike. Hand in the air for Huff. Hand in the air for Smiley's. All these ladies have a hand in the air. They're really pushing this. We'll see when they get to that rope how they're feeling. Huff right to work. Smiley's right behind her. Wallace in lane 4 is working. Lane 1. Leah Trevino. She's moving that barbell well. Smiley's comes off first. Her overhead squat cycle speed is just a little bit faster, but Huff's right with her. This is where you're going to have to watch for trips. High heart rate, different skill will get people. They have 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
These ladies are moving this well. Smiley's has a little bit quicker cycle rate. We'll get her a few more reps. Wallace is moving good. Argo just getting to that jump rope. Trevino down in lane 1, looking super smooth on this movement. Working through this entire interval is going to be key. Every second, every rep really matters. Okay, now it's that transition. Heat 2's moving in for round 2 of this workout. Okay, these girls are getting ready. We'll see how they move this jump rope.
Here we go in 3, 2, 1, work.
And this event is called Saddle Up because that's the kind of energy you need. Taylor Rowan going for this bike again. Let's see if it pays off though. The bike is just the start of it, but you also gain seconds if you know the barbell's not necessarily your strength. It's going to be interesting to see the wear and tear of this event. Addie White straight into her overhead squats. She's moving super smoothly. Taylor did well with this barbell. She's going to be the first back to the rope. But here's where this twist of this event comes in. These ladies are moving it well. You got to just watch for trips. Hand in the air for Arnold down in lane 2.
We've got 30 seconds, ladies. 30 seconds. Razzin is now onto the rope.
Lane 1, Miller is moving that jump rope really well. Arnold keeping her feet nice and close to the ground. That's going to be big. The less movement, the better.
Ladies, 10 seconds.
You're still seeing these ladies being pretty composed, but I think in round 3 we're really going to see the wear and tear of this workout.
Rest. We're going to bring in
Okay.
Steve Rowe here for the second time.
Now we're going back to double unders.
Of 5. They've got 30 seconds here to get their ropes out, seats adjusted.
So much time for activity.
All right, we're looking at Huff, Smiley's, and Wallace here. 1, 2, and 3 out of the first 2 rounds. Let's see what happens here in round 3.
We are going to see who pulls ahead on this bike. Huff's been the first off. Smiley's catches her on the barbell. And then the double under rope and the reps. We'll have to see when the final scores come out. But I'd imagine they'd be pretty close between all these ladies. Okay, who's going to keep the intensity here? Because it's easy to back away, but if you lean in, that's where you see
This is round 3 of 5.
the wins. Okay, Huff's hand in the air.
Again, Smiley's, Huff, and Wallace.
1 rep remaining. Smiley's just cranking. She's getting off. Wallace is moving to that barbell.
Here we go. It's going to be Huff again. First one to pick up.
Let's see, though. Let's see how this barbell cycling comes into play. Wallace is moving that barbell well. Straight into her overhead squats. But it's minimizing rest in the top of this rep. It's too easy to rest in an overhead squat when the heart rate's high. Now we're going to see who can stay unbroken here. They have about 40 seconds. That's a lot of time. That's about 70 reps if you're smooth and unbroken.
All right, 30 seconds.
Wallace getting no work. Chessel in lane 3 working away at her double unders. You see a trip for Shanowski, but she recovers well and is back to work. That's what it's all about. If you trip, you have to breathe, and then you have to start working again. Rest is too easy in this workout. These ladies are still pretty composed. I'm impressed. You can see the age difference between this heat and the last heat. The maturity of an athlete. You develop that, and that's huge in workouts like this. Composure, smooth as fast. Here's heat 2, round 3.
10 seconds.
You're seeing the barbell play more of a factor in this heat compared to the first heat. So we'll see how these ladies hang on in 3, 4, and 5 rounds. And let's watch. Roetting and Cats are attacking this bike. Cats, hand in the air. White, hand in the air.
Let's see what happens. Hands in the air, all across. Look at this.
Roetting to Cats, White, all advancing. You're seeing the wear a little bit on White's face. So we'll see how she moves this barbell and hangs on. To Cats, right into that overhead squat. Roetting as well.
She's only got a couple of reps left.
Arnold working away.
Right there with her 1 rep for 10.
Miller working away.
And the first one here in round 3.
Veronica fighting through these overhead squats. You can see the struggle on her face, but she is moving this barbell well. These ladies on the right side of the gym, they have been the 1, 2, and 3 for first off that barbell. So we will see how they do on these double unders. They have 20 seconds left. Watching the number of trips and being smooth in these is huge. Learning to breathe, staying composed. Veronica in lane 4 is crushing these double unders. She is making a move right now and was able to hang on that entire time. Okay, now we're moving into round 4. This skip jump rope is back. We're using a drag rope. That is a little weighted, but I honestly think that helps this movement. I think a speed rope would move too quickly for trying to do that skip jump. We are going to be watching lanes 6 and 7, Smiles and Huff, and lane 4, Wallace. They have in the 1, 2, and 3.
All right, here we're going to count them down in 5, 3, 2, 1, work.
And they are off. Now we will see who's keeping that intensity. Smiles is hanging. Wallace is hanging. Hands in the air for Huff.
We've got a race again. Huff, Smiles, Wallace,
Chessel, Sharnowski, and Trevino are all in this race as well. So this is a fun heat to watch. The barbell matters, and the jump rope matters.
We've got 1 minute remaining.
Smiles repping out these overhead squats. Sharnowski moving these overhead squats. Chessel, you can see in her eyes, she is here to fight. Okay, Smilus, Huff, starting that skip jump. Wallace walking over to hers. We have 30 seconds remaining.
At 30 seconds on the clock, and the rest of the field falling in.
These ladies are making this jump look easy. Staying top here, working through every last second is going to be huge when it comes to points on the leaderboard.
Down there, 10 seconds remaining. Both of them cycling through that.
We're seeing very minimal trips.
Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Rest.
And we are in the transition.
That was round 4 for Group 1. They've only got one left, but here comes Group 2. Attacking this drag rope.
Group 2's getting ready. We'll see how they feel on this jump rope. And we'll be watching lane 5 and 6 again. Roetting and Cats have been ripping on this bike.
20 seconds.
Veronica in lane 4 was very smooth on her jump rope last time, though, so it's going to be interesting to see. Because that is the score of this workout, if she can keep herself in it purely by being smooth and efficient on that jump rope.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, work.
And they are off. They are grinding on this bike. The legs are feeling heavy, especially after a whole day of work yesterday. But this is where you see the people who want to win push ahead. Roetting to Cats, first to the barbell. We will see who moves ahead first to that jump rope. To Cats looking smooth. Roetting looking smooth. White down in lane 7 looking smooth as well, but you can see that pain on her face. She is fighting though. Veronica moving her snatch bar well. Arnold into her overhead squats. Miller into her overhead squats. Miller moving on to that jump rope down in lane 1.
30 seconds, ladies, 30 seconds.
Yep, little skips. Staying smooth, getting every rep. If this is easier for you than a double under, you have to maximize that. We have 10 seconds left for these athletes to work. You're seeing the wear on their face, but they're all fighting through it. They're all doing awesome.
3, 2, 1, rest. All right, this is our last transition for Group 1. They're bringing
Group 1 is headed into their final round. They're back to double unders, and this is where you're going to see the wear and tear. When they get to that double under rope, have to hang on for 30 seconds, 50 plus reps. If they go unbroken, it's going to hurt.
20 seconds, ladies.
We're watching again. Lanes 4, 6, and 7.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, work.
And they're off. They're pushing.
All right, let's see who wants it the most here at the end. They've only got 80 seconds to work
Hands in the air, all along the field. This heat is here to fight. Wallace is the first off the bike, and now she's moving to that barbell. We'll see how she hangs on. Huff and Smilus right behind her. Smilus has been the first off the barbell, but she's a little bit behind Wallace, so we'll see how Wallace does. Trevino moving on to her overhead squats in lane 1. 1 rep remaining for Smilus. She catches up every time in that barbell. We'll see if she can hang on for 40 seconds. Chessel, she has 2 reps remaining. Charnowski to work, Trevino to work. Chessel moving to her jump rope. These girls are still going unbroken. They're doing awesome. They still look composed. A break from Huff down in lane 7. Smilus hanging on. Wallace hanging on. It's making the decision right here. Argo working on her Final 2 overhead squats.
All right, let's count them down in 5, 3.
These ladies are getting every rep they can.
Rest. Put your hands together.
We have one more transition. Then we're headed into the next round of this workout. The final round for Heat 4.
Here on the speed rope for the final time. Here in heat number 2. This is the PitFest event 4.
Again, we're watching lane 5 and 6. Roetting and to Cats. They have been crushing this bike and barbell and then working through this rope.
10 seconds, ladies. 10 seconds.
This is the final gut check for these ladies.
2, 1, go. All right, you saw it before. They put out there on that final round.
And they are here to fight. You can see in their eyes. They got that zone. They're watching that monitor. So Cats is revving up that bike. Butt off the seat, just grinding. White, she's hanging on. Closing her eyes, but she's still working away to Cats first off the bike. Roetting moving to the bike, but we'll see who cycles that barbell more efficiently. To Cats, she's ripping and gripping. Into her overhead squats, hands in the air. Then it's going to be getting to these double unders and just grinding.
We've got 50 seconds to go. 2 reps for Cats. 1 rep left.
To Cats through that barbell. Now let's see how she moves this double under. This double under is the score. Roetting right behind her. White right behind her.
We've got 35 seconds.
Lane 5, 6, and 7 are the race right now. To Cats getting right to work on that rope. Taking a break. She has 20 seconds left. She's right back to work. White down in lane 7 is resting. Roetting is working, having a few trips, but she continues to step through and keep working. Veronica is hanging on, moving these double unders super smoothly. They have 2 seconds and done. Heat 3 and 4 absolutely crushed Saddle up. And you could see the pain of this workout. But they crushed it. Okay, we are getting started up for heat 5 and 6. So, we have a little bit of a mixed heat here. We have 16, 17 women. We have 21 through 23 women. We have 18 through 20-year-old men. Actually, I take that back. We have 3. And then we have
Here we go in 10 seconds.
three more 21 through 23 women.
Going here first, we got a mixed heat. They're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
So, you're going to see some of these guys rip on this bike.
Calories on.
And they have 10 calories on the Echo bike, so it could be very comparable.
Reps on the snap.
But we have some different weights out here. So, Mitchell Corning, Lonnie Halderman, and Luke Nemi will all work with 115-pound barbells. The ladies still have 85-pound barbells. And you see Annie ripping this barbell and taking a strategic break. We haven't seen that yet, but that could be key for when you get to the double under rope and have to work later into this workout. Macy Remlinger is moving that barbell super well. She has 1 overhead squat remaining. And she's moving to her double under rope. But, like I said, the score is the double unders. So, moving smooth through the first 2 movements, 3 movements, and then just grinding as much as you can on this double under rope in about 40 seconds. Corning moving that rope fast. Remlinger moving that rope well. Woodruff getting to work. Barisa in lane 2 moving well. And Natalie Wilson in lane 1 is working. Lena Bunayev is headed to her double under rope. And these ladies have 3 seconds left. And now they are resting. Round 1 is complete for heat 5. Now we're moving to heat 6. We have 2 boys working out in this one, down in lane 7 and 8. And in lane 6, we have an empty lane. So we have the ladies 1 through 5, and then 2 men down in lane 7 and 8.
15. 10 seconds, athletes. 3, 2, 1, and work it on the bike.
And these guys, they're working away at Saddle Up. Event 4. This is the second day of this competition. We see hands in the air. Nemi's hand is in the air. Kalapreet hand in the air, and she's pumping those legs. She's not even sitting on the seat. Now, let's see how these ladies do on the barbell. They're moving smooth. They're moving fast. Nemi's working away, hand in the air. For both Nemings, we have a cool thing going on. We have brother and sister in the same heat. So, lane 4, we have Maddie Nemi. And then in lane 7, we have Luke Nemi. Maddie's going super smooth, no trips yet. Kalapreet moving super smooth. Lonnie Halderman in lane 8. He's working for every rep. He's doing awesome. We have 10 seconds remaining. And these guys, they all look super smooth, but remember, this is round 1. It gets real in round 3.
3, 2, 1, rest.
This workout is easy to underestimate. You look at it, 90 seconds of work to 3 minutes of rest. As an athlete, I would be like so fired up, but then you get into it and you're watching these faces. This is a real workout.
But again, we've got 5 rounds, 4 more rounds of work. Let's see who can recover the best and get after it every round. Going to change things up a little bit here with a heavy rope.
We'll see if Annie does another strategic break in this barbell. And also, now we have the drag rope single skip jumps. So, you'll be able to see Who has that natural athleticism to keep those feet moving? Who used to do this in gym class? Or who hasn't done it at all?
Right on the bike.
These ladies are revving it up. Looking for the first hand in the air.
No time.
Corning as the only male in this heat. That is a tough position. He has to make that decision every round because he doesn't know what people are going to do in the next heat. He's off. He's moving on to his barbell. And he's getting to work on her barbell. Remlinger starting to rip. And he did that strategic break again. She's resting, and she's back to moving. Starting those squats, hand in the air for Remlinger in lane 6. Corning is moving on to his skip jumps. And we'll see. Lanes 6 and 7, the people to watch. And you see two different techniques. Corning moving his feet in front of him. Remlinger moving her feet behind her. Abunayev working on her final overhead squats. Woodruff working on her overhead squats. And you see Barisa in lane 2 is doing her skip jumps. You see this barbell being difficult. 85 pounds is heavy. And you will be able to see who has practiced heavy barbell cycling and who has not. Okay, here comes Heat 6 for their second round. Maddie Nemi in lane 4 was the leader. And the first round, we'll see if she can hang on to that. And I wonder if we have a little bit of a sibling race going on. Because I know if my brother was out here, I would want to beat him. It's a fun dynamic.
In 3, 2, 1, and work.
And they are off. Carla Preet keeping that same style. She's keeping her butt off the seat, legs pumping. Hand in the air for Nemi in lane 4. Haley Trimpey has a hand in the air in lane 3. And Sage Bolware also has a hand up. They're getting to work. And in lane 1, we have Caitlin Long. She is finishing up her final calorie, and then she's headed to that barbell. Carla Preet moving smooth. Nemi moving smooth. Long getting to work on her snatches. Trimpey and Bolware are both crushing these overhead squats. And here is where you're going to see the jumps. Nemi moving it smooth. She has a little lean, but it's working for her. Carla Preet's working through it. This is a fun challenge, a fun change in the programming, and adds a twist that can make or break the workout for some athletes. But, hey, CrossFit's about the unknown and the unknowable. These athletes are finishing up. They have 1 second, and they're done. They got every rep they could. And we are moving to round 3 for Heat 5. This is where you see it get real. This is where you can look at faces and you know they are hurting. That's when they have to make the decision and decide how bad they want these points.
15. 10 seconds.
Give us the lanes. What do you think? What lanes do you want? All right, here we go.
Okay, I think are going to see Annie in lane 5 come off the bike first. But Remlinger in lane 6 has been crushing it as well. So we will see. The race right now, Remlinger is leading off the barbell into the jump rope. And she's been really smooth on her jump rope. Corning, he's coming off the bike, headed to the barbell. And again, he's moving 115. And he's moving it well.
Here comes Macy Remlinger, had to get a quick turnaround on
And he's keeping that break, but she's not resting long in between, so it is working for her. You see on the left side of the gym, the barbell is a little bit more of a struggle. You see some singles, and then their final snatch into as many overhead squats as they can do. Overhead squats are a tough movement for people. Mobility comes into play. If you have bad shoulder mobility, if you struggle to get down in that squat, it is not as effective and fast. So it's definitely a very technical lift. Remlinger working away in lane 6. Corning working away in lane 7. Barisa is working through her double unders in lane 2. These guys, you can see it starting to wear on them, but they are crushing this. Here comes group 2 going back into round 3. You've seen Maddie Nemi in lane 4 going broken on the last 2 rounds. We'll see if she can hang on to that. She's had about 40 seconds on the rope, so she's racking up the reps. She, at least in double unders, has close to 60, 65 reps. And we will see. Colaprit has been crushing it as well in lane 5. She struggled a little bit with the drag rope single under, but she's been crushing the barbell, the bike, and the double under. And here go these ladies. Colaprit keeping that same technique. Trimpy, she's moving that bike. Nemi looks super composed. First hand in the air. She doesn't even look like she is struggling. Ball wear. She has a hand in the air. 3 reps or 3 calories remaining. Same with 2 calories remaining for long in lane 1. Nemi into the overhead squats. She's 2 reps in. Colaprit right across from her is also working on her overhead squat. So they have to stare at each other as they are doing this. You're able to see cycle speed and where your competitor is at. Okay, here Nemi gets to work. She has 38 seconds, but she's looking smooth. We'll see if she can stay unbroken. Luke Nemi down in lane 7 is fighting through these overhead squats, along with Lonnie down in lane 8.
20 seconds, guys, 20 seconds.
You're seeing mobility play a factor for him, but he's able to keep moving and do what he can throughout this. These athletes have 10 seconds. You see Nemi smiling at the camera. She's enjoying it. Not hitting the pain yet, but you're seeing some of her competitors on the floor not as composed and starting to feel it. Okay. We are headed into the first heat of athletes again. They're back to the jump rope with the drag rope and the skips. We will see, as they're more fatigued this round, if they trip more and how it affects them. Remember to watch lane 5, Annie, coming off of this bike. Macy Remlinger, though, has been leading in reps for the jump rope.
All right, let's count down in 3, 2, 1, work.
Remlinger, she's sending it on this bike. Annie's getting to work. All these ladies are. Barisa, lane 2. Paige, lane 3, hand in the air. Abunayev coming back on this bike right here. She has 4 calories left. Corning with 1 left. Remlinger with 1 left. Patiprin with 1 left. They are all moving to the barbell. You look on the right side of this gym. You have a barbell race. Annie's continuing to take that break on the barbell, but she's moving smooth and fast, and that is all you can ask for. That's knowing yourself as an athlete, knowing your fitness, and maximizing all you can. Remlinger, she has 2 overhead squats remaining, and you can see she's fighting, but she has 1 more round of this. She's moving to her jump rope, and this is where you're going to see that technique. This is where you're going to see the fatigue. Patiprin with the trip, but getting right back to work. Remlinger moving smooth, not having him break left, and they have 20 seconds left to work. Corning, he's in every rep he can, even though he's the only guy in this heat. Wilson working on her overhead squats. Woodruff working on her overhead squats. Barisa moving well on her jump rope. And these ladies have one more round. Here comes heat 6. Nimi's back out. We'll see if she goes unbroken. Cola Preet's back out as well. She has been fast on that bike, letting it rip and then moving onto that barbell. These ladies are doing well moving this barbell. 85 pounds, just enough weight to hurt.
10 seconds.
Don't forget about Ballware and Trimpy down in lane 2 and 3. They have been crushing this bike, moving really well on the barbell and getting reps on that rope. Again, we don't know where any of these athletes are at. We don't know who's ahead. We can take our best guess by watching, but because it is reps and max reps, we will have to see when the leaderboard gets posted later today. Nimi is first off of that bike back on the barbell, but Cola Preet, she is right behind her every time. Here comes Ballware and Trimpy. They're getting right to work. All these ladies are still hanging on, going unbroken if they can. Lonnie is working through his snatches at 115. Luke Nimi down in lane 7 is getting to work. And here goes Maddie Nimi in lane 4. Let's see if she can continue to go unbroken. And she's looking smooth right now. But she's staying focused. We're not getting smiles in this round. Trimpy is moving well. So is Bauer in lane 2. And don't forget about Long down in lane 1. She is moving well. Just a quick trip, but she's right back to work. You're able to see who is comfortable with this movement and who is more conservative with it. And these ladies are through round 4. You can see the start of the wear and tear. But hey, you have to hang on for one more round. And as an athlete, that is an easy decision to make. Here comes our heat 5. We have Mitchell Corning down in lane 7. He has been crushing it, getting as many reps as he can. But again, watch Remminglinger in lane 6 and Pateprin in lane 5 on this bike and barbell combo.
All right, ladies, we're going to kick it off here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back to work.
And they are off. They are sending it on this bike. You can see the legs pumping, the arms pumping, giving everything you can. And let's look at lane 3. Hayes Woodruff. She is going hard on this bike. First hand in the air, 3 reps, 3 calories remaining, and then she will get to work on her barbell. Abunayef right behind her. She has 2 calories remaining. And Barisa's coming off as well. Remlinger is a little bit behind right now in this heat off the bike, but she moves that barbell very well. So we will see how she can catch up and then get to that jump rope and hold on. Barisa moving through her overhead squats.
45 seconds left.
Staying focused in this overhead squat is key. If you zone out, if you aren't thinking about performance, it is easy to fail a rep. Annie, she's moving to her double unders. She's moving smooth. Remlinger right behind her. And they have 30 seconds of work. That's about 50 reps. If you know that, if you're able to just let it hurt for 30 seconds, you will be golden in this workout. Corning moving well down in lane 7. Looking super composed. Get in every rep he can, because who knows what the people in the next heat are going to do. Abunayef getting to work, seeing if she can get a rep, and she gets 2 reps in that time frame. Heat 5 is done with their workout. They can go rest and recover, get ready for event 5 later today. And now we have Heat 6. Maddie Nemi. She broke once in this whole workout on that jump rope.
All right, we've got 10 seconds, last 90 seconds of work for you guys. Let's see what you got.
We are going to have a fun race. Cola Preet's been crushing this bike. Nemi's been crushing it. Trimpy, Ballware, Long. All these ladies have been moving this well. Smooth as fast. They've been living in that mantra. Hand in the air for Nemi. 3 calories remaining. She's looking in the zone. Does not look like she's feeling much wear and tear. And she's off. Headed to her barbell. Let's see if she'll go unbroken. Cola Preet right behind her. Trimpy right behind her. Looks like Bauer. She is right behind her as well. But every rep matters. So we will see. Cola Preet with 4 overhead squats remaining. Luke Nemi down in lane 7, my bad. Has 3 reps remaining on his overhead squats, and he is in the zone. Nemi is putting on a show for us today, but hey, right behind her, Sophia Cola Preet, Haley Trimpy, and Sage Bauer. They are hanging on. They have 23 seconds left. This is where it hurts, but you can see the finish line. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and these ladies are crushing it. Nemi's hanging on. Trimpy's hanging on. Bowlware with the trip, but right back to work. 3, and they are done. And now you see the pain. You see the composure throughout the workout, and then you let it get real after. But yay for Maddie Nemi, she crushed it. Awesome. So that was Heat 5 and 6. We will be right back with Heat 7 and 8.
Is sponsored by Farm Bureau Insurance, Ariel Lowen, Fit Aid, RP, Renaissance Periodization.
Here is our final heat for event 4.
RX Smart
We
Gear.
have some brothers, Abriel and Alexander Vodopian, and they
Asian
actually
flavor
are in the
punch.
same lane. They're in lane 2, so that'll be fun to see if they share any
And
numbers
presented by
or help each
Jocko
other in any
Fuel.
way. In lane 1, we have Amari Brooks and Raheem
Barbell
Fordham.
Voodoo.
In lane 2, we have the Vodopian brothers.
And Thick
Lane
Boy.
3, we have Nate Peralt and Declan Campbell. In lane 4, we have Joshua Bennis and Kellen White. In lane 5, we have Life Smith and Nolan Schley. In lane 6, we have Morgan Fruth and Charlie Brower. Lane 7, we have Carter Rosenberg and Davin Montgomery. And then in lane 8, we have Maxwell Torrey. Saddle up, event 4. You're about to see all these boys absolutely go for it. Boys are more reckless than girls, so we'll see if anyone absolutely destroys themselves in the start of these first few rounds and then has to just fight through the pain for round 4 and 5. Okay, we're making sure judges are ready, and then we are going to kick off this event. All of our boys but 3 are out on this field right now, out on this floor, and we will see who wants it, who wants these points. And here goes the first heat of this group of people. And Nolan Schley, he is sending this bike. He is pedaling, pushing, and he is off. And he's onto that barbell. He's making the decision early that he is going for this event. But, like I said, we will see if he crash and burns later in this workout. Rounds 3, 4, 5 are all more real than people think they are. Brower right behind him getting to work. He's doing singles. And all of these guys have 115 on their barbell. Kellen White in lane 4 has 95 pounds. And Alexander Vodopian, he is working on his double unders right behind Schley. And then Kellen White is getting started as well. Smooth, again, Smooth is fast in these double unders. These boys, some of them are young. You might see the skill a little harder for people than others, but they could get to the drag rope portion and then end up getting more reps. So they can't count themselves out in any place. Declan Campbell moving his double unders very well. Raheem down in lane 1 also was moving his double unders well.
Nolan Schley definitely had the most reps there on that first interval. We got a fresh
Now we got the next heat of boys moving in. We've got Life Smith in lane 5, and he has made some impressive performances over the weekend.
20 seconds.
He crushed the lift. He hit the last event last night. So let's see. He's fighting for points today, and let's see how he does on this one.
All right, 10 seconds.
These guys are going to go in 3, 2, 1, and they are off. We will see if anyone is bringing the energy Nolan Schley brought in the last heat. Okay, Venice, he's up, but not under the seat. Matthew Torrey down in lane 8 is moving off of his bike. Life is the first off, and he's moving this barbell well. You can tell he's done some barbell cycling with that heavy to moderate weight. And we're about a minute remaining in this interval. Gabriel Vadopian down in the lane 2 is moving very well. What's fun about this workout is you can crush the bike, but if you don't have the barbell cycling skill, you can see it. You can see the fatigue and you can see the technique. Life, he's looking around as he's double under, and he's comfortable here. And learning to be comfortable on a double under is a big step in a competitive journey. They still have 30 seconds remaining. Getting every rep here is big. Life hasn't tripped yet. You're seeing Fruth get to work. A little trip for Rosenberg, but he's getting back to work. And Torrey down in lane 8 made an intentional break, stepping through, and he is off. Life, he is getting a lot of double unders right here. He is holding on and still looking composed. Life Smith just got 90 double unders in that first interval. That is going to be huge. That is going to be huge in this workout.
They were off the bike and the bar around the same time in round 1. Let's see how things are going to hold up here in these next 4 rounds. You got 20 seconds.
Here comes our first group of guys that went. They are entering round 2. Nolan Schley, he crushed the bike and the barbell in this first round, so let's see if he can hold on for the second round and bring that same energy. Raheem down in lane 1, pumping them arms, using them legs, doing everything he can. Alexander Vadopian right next to him in lane 2. He's moving well. And a hand in the air for Kellen White in lane 4. Schley brought that energy, though. He is started on his barbell. Brower right behind him, but fails his first snatch. And like I said, the snatch weight is heavy for these boys. But we have Alexander Vadopian down in lane 2. He did the last snatch as a muscle, and that is impressive. That is strength right there. Schley moving off his barbell, and he is headed to this drag rope. He has these single skips now, and we'll see if he's efficient. Being smooth here, he's keeping his feet in front of him, and that is the same technique we saw Corning use in the last heat. We see Kellen White. He's struggling a little bit, but he got that lean, and he is figuring it out on the fly. Alexander Vadopian down in lane 2. It's super smooth. Keeping his feet nice and low to the ground, able to minimize trips. Brower working through his overhead squats, along with Montgomery down in lane 7. We'll see how these next heat of boys move this rope and the skip. If they're able to stay smooth through it, there's big opportunity for this event. It'll be interesting to see if Gabriel Vadopian has a similar technique for his skip jump as his brother, because I'm sure they practice together in the warm-up area. Okay, here we go. Life Smith crushed this last round. Let's see how he does in this second round. And he's leaning into that bike. Matthew Torrey down in lane 8 is pumping them arms and going full send. We'll see how he moves with barbell after this immense heart rate spike. Down in lane 1, we have Amari Brooks. And he is off that bike, and he is working on his snatch and clean and squat. Life moving that barbell. Tori moving that barbell well. Venice in lane 4. He's starting to get to work. And don't forget about Abriel Vidopian down in lane 2. He is done with his overhead squats and headed to that skip jump. Life is moving the skip jump well. Little jumps, keeping his feet low to the ground. Let's see how many reps he can rack up. Abriel down in lane 2 is moving it very well too. Same technique as his brother, very efficient. And Amari down in lane 1 is moving the skip jump well.
20 seconds.
You're seeing some of the ropes get caught on the athlete's feet. That is a tough thing to handle, but you just have to regroup fast and get back to work. They have 10 seconds left to work. And then they will be entering round 3. And that is when we saw this workout really get real, is round 3 for the ladies. So we'll see how it affects the men.
Right towards the front on those double unders as well. Moved really well in round 2. He's got to be pretty close to Schley and Smith. Going into round 3, they're back to the speed rope again. Double unders.
We will see if Schley can hang on to this bike in lane 5. He's tall, big, able to move it well. Right behind him, we have had Kellen White along with Alexander Vidopian. Brower absolutely smashes the bike.
All right, in 3.
And we have Davin Montgomery down in lane 7. And we will see how he does this round. See if he can get that double under rope. Okay, you can see Nolan Schley going for this bike in lane 5. He is crushing it. He hand in the air, 3 reps remaining, and he's off. He's back to his barbell. Down. We have Kellen White working away, and Alexander Vidopian down in lane 2 is moving onto that barbell as well. He's taking on the challenge. He's going to hang with Schley, and he moves this barbell well. Look at that muscle snatch. He's ripping and gripping and going for it. And this is the double under rope they are going to. They are all very familiar with the double under. So if you're uncomfortable with that skip jump, this is where you rack up the reps. You make it hurt and you go for it. Schley down in lane 5 has 40 seconds of work here. See if he can hang on, stay composed, and how many reps he can get. Kellen White's getting to work. Campbell in lane 3 is moving very smooth. Arms tucked back. Took a quick break. Alexander Vidopian down in lane 2. He's working. And we have Raheem in lane 1 as well. We have 10 seconds of work. These boys are fighting for every rep in this round 3. And they are done.
We go, guys. Bring those jump ropes on back and welcome the second group. They're going to come out here for round 3.
Here comes our second group. Life Smith in lane 5 is who we will be watching. He has been super smooth in all these movements. And the rope. These guys are taking off in 10 seconds. The Life, lane 5, he's the one to watch. But don't forget about lane 2, Abriel Vidopian. He's a fighter. You're seeing these guys lean into this bike. Round 3, they're taking on head on. They're going for it. Matthew Torrey is still bullying that bike down in lane 8. Rosenberg working through his final 2 calories along with Fruth down in lane 6 and 7. Abriel and Life got off the bike at the same time, but Life picked up that bar first. He was a rep ahead of Abriel and is able to stay more smooth in his overhead squats. But remember, the jump rope is where you get the score for this workout, so we will see who is able to hang on and get all the points they can. Last round of double unders, Life got 90. We will see what he can do with a little bit more fatigue this time.
Hang on for 30 seconds.
Tori down in lane 8 is taking a break before he is starting his jump ropes. Morgan Fruth in lane 6 is getting to work.
20 seconds.
Lane 3. We have Nate Peralt, and he is crushing this double under. He's staying smooth and just getting to work. April Vidopian able to stay smooth here as well. Life is still unbroken.
2, 1, and rest. All right, that concludes
Life
round 3.
was able to get 55 double unders in that round. You can see the level of fatigue change, but he still was able to stay smooth and get as much as he could. Now we're moving back to that skip jump. This heat last round had a very hard time with the skip jump, so we will see how they can do.
All right, 20 seconds.
Round 4. This is the gut check round. You have to make that decision. It's going to hurt. There's no avoiding it. Lean into it for the last 2. We are watching lane 5, Nolan Schley. He's been crushing this bike, but we'll see if it catches up to him. Alexander Vidopian, he's cranking those arms. Declan Campbell in lane 3. He's pushing hard. Hand in the air down in lane 1 for Raheem. Putting that whole body into it. He is crushing it.
Slide done with the bike. Growler right there.
Sliding with the bike. You can see the fatigue setting in, though. He's headed to that barbell. We'll see how he moves it. Brower's moving this bar well. And he's doing a single snatch, but he's throwing it straight to the ground. That's an interesting technique. If you know that's what you need to do, that is a smart way to keep singles fast. Schley has 1 rep remaining on his overhead squat, and then he will do the skip jump. He struggled with the skip jump last round of them, but let's see if he figured it out and was able to adapt a little bit on the fly. Declan Campbell getting to work on his skip jumps. Vidopian, Alexander down in lane 2 as well, and Raheem down in lane 1. You see different techniques down the line, but these guys are moving it better this round than they did the second. Davin Montgomery, he's working through his barbell, doing all he can down there in lane 7. And this heat is done with round 4. Now we have the second heat of this group of guys coming out. And this is where they have to make the decision and fight for every rep.
30 seconds.
Nolan Schley is laying on the ground between rounds. He's got 3 minutes. It's plenty of time to chill out. But we'll see how he recovers for that 5th round. And we are watching Life in lane 5. He is going for it. He's making that decision, and he's ready to play. But, hey, don't forget about Matthew Torrey down in lane 8. He is crushing this bike, leaning into it, letting it hurt. Hands up for Rosenberg in lane 4. Torrey is off of that bike and headed to that barbell. Amari down in lane 1 is starting to work on his barbell. Abriel Vidopian, you can see the pain on his face. But he has to minimize rest here if he wants to stay in this for that rep-to-rep race. Life. He has 3 overhead squats remaining, and then he will get to work on this jump rope. They are halfway through this interval.
All right, with 40 seconds on the clock, Torrey and Smith.
Abriel still working on his overhead squats. He has a few remaining. And Life is getting to work. You can see he's very relaxed in this movement. He's not worried about speed. He's worried about just keeping moving and doing what he can in this final 20 seconds. He's got a little sway going on, but he's making it work. We have Abriel Vidopian getting to work on his skip jumps. Amari down in lane 1 working away. And Nate Perrault, don't forget about him in lane 3, kicking his feet forward and moving through this jump rope really well. Okay, we're moving on to our 5th and final round. This is the last gut check for these guys. You can see the wear and tear on them right now, but they have to make that decision for 90 more seconds, and then they can rest and put this one behind them. The people to watch, and this one is lane 2, Alexander Vadopian. Lane 3, Declan Campbell's been looking very smooth. And then lane 5, we got Nolan Schley, who continues to stay ahead because of the hard efforts on that bike and that barbell.
5 in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they are off. We'll see if that intensity stays the same.
Let's see who wants it the most.
We're looking for hands in the air. We're going to see. Oh, hand in the air. First one down in lane 1, Raheem, followed by Alexander Vadopian down in lane 2. Declan Campbell, he's making a move here in this final round. He was the first off the bike. He's moving through the snatches, doing singles, but singles are fast if that's where you're at in this workout. And he's straight into that overhead squat. Schley's moving his barbell well, but you can tell that the fatigue is setting in.
5 seconds left.
He's fighting, but you can tell it's difficult. Campbell, he made it back to this rope first out of all the boys. You can tell that he had a little strategy in this event, and he was able to stay composed, and he's fighting. He's working through those double unders. He's staying smooth. Schley moving on to the rope, and he's got to get to work. He's got 20 seconds. And remember, guys, this is the score. The bike and the barbell are great, but you don't win this workout from the bike and the barbell. We have Davin Montgomery down in lane 7 working on his jump ropes. And Brower is fighting through his final overhead squat. And that is it for this heat of boys. They finished their 5th and final round. They can go lay on the floor, recover, but don't leave yet. We have one more group. The people to watch in this heat are Gabriel Vadopian down in lane 2. And then we have Life Smith down in lane 5. And don't forget about in lane 8, Matthew Torrey has been absolutely crushing this interval style workout.
10 seconds.
These athletes are getting started, hopping on those bikes, revving them up. And these guys are still attacking this bike. They want these points. They want these reps. This is the first step to getting them. Hand in the air for Amari down in lane 1. Life has 1 calorie remaining. Rosenberg made a little move on this bike. He was one of the first 3 off that bike, along with Fruit, Tori, and Life. You're seeing our leaders have the fatigue set in, but they have to make the decision right now to hold on for the final 51 seconds of this workout. 4 overhead squats. If they're slow reps, they are a rep, and that is all that matters. Ruth working through his reps. Rosenberg getting to work. Rosenberg's cycle rate right now is faster than anyone's on the floor. Gabriel Vadopian down in lane 2 had a little trip, but stepping through and getting back to work for the final 5 seconds of this workout. And look at that. Give it up for these guys. That is heat 4. We will check back in with you guys in a few minutes for heat 5.
PitFest is sponsored by Farm Bureau Insurance, Ariel Lowen, Fit Aid, RP, Renaissance Periodization, Tier, RX Smart Gear, Asian Flavor Punch, and presented by Jocko Fuel, Barbell Voodoo, and Thick Boy.
outside. Can you hear me? Okay. I'll try to stay away
Here's a
from the
skill
music.
not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by no gluten, no soy, no sugar, all flavor. Asian Flavor Punch.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against dark. In your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness. PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based nutrition and training for performance. PitFest is presented by RX Smart Gear, premium jump ropes for elite athletes.
Before the world wakes up, the battle begins. A battle of opposing wills. Our freedom is on the line. It's not about being perfect. It's about being better than we were yesterday. And every time you make the decision to keep going, your discipline gets stronger. The path of discipline is hard, but it's the path you chose. This battle has no opponent. It is only you versus you.
PitFest is presented by Thick Boy, streetwear for lifters and legends. PitFest is presented by Tier Performance Gear for swim, gym, and sport.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step.
PitFest is presented by Unbroken Events. PitFest is presented by Barbell Voodoo, lifestyle apparel celebrating strength and community.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness.
In lane 3, we have Sophia Robbins. In lane 4, we have Amaria Taylor Williams. In lane 5, we have Harmony Peoples. In lane 6, we have Elijah Price. And in lane 7, we have Ron Barnes. This workout is a straight sprint. They're gonna start by the hopper on this side of the field. Start by the hopper. They're gonna sprint down, hold the sled down backwards. Then they're gonna turn their sled around, pick up the dumbbells or kettlebells, and pull it back down. Then they're gonna drop their sled off and farmer's carry through the finish. Heck yeah.
Oh, you got the live stream.
He's picking up his kettlebells, walking through, and he's pulling. There he goes. Guys, we have 2 minutes left. Let's cheer him on as he finishes up. Raheem's got his ox situated. You got it, dude. He's picking up those kettlebells. He's making his way down. He's pulling. Yeah, let's get behind him as he's moving down this field. You got it, Raheem. Look at him move this ox. Taking a quick break. You got it, dude. He's picking up the kettlebells. We are 3 minutes into this workout. We got 1 minute left. Let's cheer him on through these last 45 seconds. Let's go, Raheem. You got it, dude. He's got 30 seconds. He's up and he's moving. He's leaning into it. Yep. He's moving that ox down the field. Let's get behind him as he's going. He's got 35 seconds. Look at him move that ox. He's got to get through that line.
You got this.
Let's go, Raheem. You got it. We're sitting at 3:54. Let's get him through that line. And time. Give it up for the 14 through 15 men on this sprint workout. Okay, here is our last and final heat of this workout. In lane 1, we have Davin Montgomery. In lane 2, we have Charlie Brower. In lane 3, we have Morgan Fruth. In lane 4, we have Life Smith. In lane 5, we have Carter Rosenberg. In lane 6, we have Nolan Schley. And in lane 7, we have Maxwell Torrey. These are boys 16 through 17, and in lane 7, Maxwell Torrey is 21 through 23. Judges and athletes, are you ready? Okay, 10 seconds. Stand by. Go! And they're taking off down the field. Starting that pull backwards. We got Sly ahead right now. Life is right behind him, along with Tori down in lane 7. Montgomery making his way, Brower making his way. Sly is through that line, and he has to do this transition for the Ox, and he is off. Life is starting his transition as well. Fruit is transitioning. Rosenberg is making his way down the field. Sly is got to go through that line, drop the sled, and then he will be off with the farmer's carry. Sly is off towards the finish line. Life right behind him, as well as Tori. Brower making his way down. Montgomery making his way down. Fruit is right behind them. Life is sprinting down with those kettlebells. And he's through that line. Tori is in. Rosenberg is working on that Ox carry down. Brower's making his way back. As well as Fruit. It's a race to the finish. Brower's in. Fruit is in. Montgomery's making his way down the field. And he is in. And let's cheer on lane 5. Carter Rosenberg. He's finishing up with his Ox. Once he gets over that line, he'll make his final farmer's carry back down the field. He's got a few feet left. He's through that line, he drops the sled, and then he's picking up those kettlebells and making his way back down. Let's cheer him on as he finishes up this grueling sprint event. He's got 1.5 sections left. He's got one left. He's making his way towards the line. And he is in. Give it up for our 16 through 17 men in Matthew Torrey in the 21 through 23 division.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have. Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by no gluten, no soy, no sugar, all flavor. Asian Flavor Punch.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness. PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based nutrition and training for performance. PitFest is presented by RX Smart Gear, premium jump ropes for elite athletes.
Before the world wakes up, the battle begins. A battle of opposing wills. Our freedom is on the line. It's not about being perfect. It's about being better than you were yesterday. And every time you make the decision to keep going, your discipline gets stronger. The path of discipline is hard, but it's the path you chose. This battle has no opponent. It is only you versus you.
PitFest is presented by Thick Boy, streetwear for lifters and legends. PitFest is presented by Tier performance gear for swim, gym, and sport.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Unbroken Events. PitFest is presented by Barbell Voodoo, lifestyle apparel celebrating strength and community.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements. PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based nutrition and training for performance. PitFest is presented by RX Smart Gear, premium jump ropes for elite athletes. PitFest is presented by Thick Boy, streetwear for lifters and legends. PitFest is presented by Tier Performance Gear for swim, gym, and sport. PitFest is presented by Unbroken Events. PitFest is presented by Barbell Voodoo, lifestyle apparel celebrating strength and community.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by no gluten, no soy, no sugar, all flavor. Asian Flavor Punch.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness. PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based nutrition and training for performance. PitFest is presented by RX Smart Gear, premium jump ropes for elite athletes.
Before the world wakes up, the battle begins. A battle of opposing wills. Our freedom is on the line. It's not about being perfect. It's about being better than you were yesterday. And every time you make the decision to keep going, your discipline gets stronger. The path of discipline is hard, but it's the path you chose. This battle has no opponent. It is only you versus you.
PitFest is presented by Thick Boy, streetwear for lifters and legends. PitFest is presented by Tier, performance gear for swim, gym, and sport.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Unbroken Events. PitFest is presented by Barbell Voodoo, lifestyle apparel celebrating strength and community.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements. PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by No Gluten, No Soy, No Sugar, All Flavor, Asian Flavor Punch.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by no gluten, no soy, no sugar, all flavor. Asian Flavor Punch.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness. PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based nutrition and training for performance. PitFest is presented by RX Smart Gear, premium jump ropes for elite athletes.
Before the world wakes up, the battle begins. A battle of opposing wills. Our freedom is on the line. It's not about being perfect. It's about being better than you were yesterday. And every time you make the decision to keep going, your discipline gets stronger. The path of discipline is hard, but it's the path you chose. This battle has no opponent. It is only you versus you.
PitFest is presented by Thick Boy, streetwear for lifters and legends. PitFest is presented by Tier performance gear for swim, gym, and sport.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Unbroken Events. PitFest is presented by Barbell Voodoo, lifestyle apparel celebrating strength and community.
There's a war going on. Good versus evil. Light against darkness. Truth against lies. I'm talking about the war in your head. How do you win? You have to fight, you have to struggle, you have to scrap and claw, and you have to attack. You have to go.
PitFest is presented by Farm Bureau Insurance. PitFest is presented by Fit Aid, recovery drinks for fitness and wellness.
Here's a skill not too many people think about, and even fewer people have, and that is do it anyway. Something you don't want to do, something that's going to be uncomfortable, something that's going to be hard, something that you don't feel like doing, there's a skill in doing it anyway. So build up that skill and take that step. Go.
PitFest is presented by Jocko Fuel, clean energy drinks and performance supplements. PitFest is presented by Hair Clips for Strong Women by Ariel Lowen. PitFest is presented by RP Strength, science-based nutrition and training for performance. PitFest is presented by RX Smart Gear, premium jump ropes for elite athletes. PitFest is presented by Thick Boy, streetwear for lifters and legends. PitFest is presented by Tier Performance Gear for swim, gym, and sport. PitFest is presented by Unbroken Events. PitFest is presented by Barbell Voodoo.
Again, we're getting ready to kick off event number 6. This is our final event of the 2025 Pit Throwdown. This one is definitely a fun one. They're going to be swimming to kick things off. So we'll get going here in about 2.5 minutes with heat number 1. I will be right with you. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live stream here at the 2025 Pit Throwdown. This is event 6, the final for today. It's called Devil's Tower. We are getting ready to kick things off with our 14, 15 boys.
If you can hold that, just like Haley did, okay? Because it sounds a lot better in here. If you hold it up to your mouth.
Looks like our first heat of competitors is lining up down there at the beach. They're going to start things off with a 60-meter swim into 50 wall balls. They're going to have to trek their way up from the beach to the pit for all of the rest of the work. After the 60-meter swim, we've got our lifeguards lined up down there and a couple paddle boards. We see our medical team getting ready to get these kids in and out of the water safely. And then once they finish the 40 low burpees, they'll move on to 30 dumbbell hang cleans, 20 devil's press, and it's going to end with 10 meters of overhead walking lunge. So just a quick recap for you guys. We've been through 5 events. This is event 6 here, the final event at the Pit Throwdown. The event is called Devil's Tower, and it is a 60-meter swim into 50 wall balls, 40 low burpees, 30 dumbbell hang cleans, 20 devil's presses, and then a 10-meter overhead walking lunge. This is our first heat, and we are getting ready to send them off. I can see they are getting set up in the water and ready to go here. Just waiting on some confirmation from our amazing judging team, and we will be rolling here in a minute. All right, it looks like Heat 1 has just kicked off. I'm watching the athletes down there swimming. They've got to go 30 meters out and around a buoy and then 30 meters back to the shore. Watching our medical team out there on paddle boards, making sure that these guys get in and out of the water safely. I'm watching to see who is kind of out there in front. I believe that's Elijah Price, who's out there swimming. He's about 45 meters through of the 60-meter swim, going to get out of the water. And then he'll have to run around the side of the pond here up to the pit where he'll have to do 50 wall balls to start things off. And we'll see how that goes for him. He's out of the water, getting rid of the buoy, and here he comes. Looks like we've got Ron Barnes out of the water as well, swimming up. All right. Should be about 1 minute or so until they get up here to the pit. All right. Looks like some of the kids opted for a row instead of that swim, just in case they didn't want to get in the water. This is a scaled heat of young athletes that we have right now, but Elijah Price opting for the swim and now is done. He's about 150 meters up from the pit. I'd say overall that's probably a 200-meter run with a slight hill, so he's coming around the corner now and making his way up into the gym. There he is, looking down at the rowers to see when the next athlete is coming off. Looks like there's one or two finishing up and looking to join Elijah up here in the pit for some work. So let's head inside and see how this event goes. All right, we've got Elijah Price getting to work on the wall balls. He's got 50 reps. I think he's using a 20-pound wall ball there to a 10-foot target. Through, looks like 10 of the 50 reps. Taking a quick break there. Ron Barnes putting his shoes on. He's going to start his wall balls as well. Elijah 10 reps ahead as of right now, but he's got the wall ball back up and is throwing. He's through 12 now, 13 of the 50 repetitions. Again, he's going to have 50 total to do. This is probably one of the bigger chunks of the workout for these guys. And then here comes some of the other athletes. Shania Robbins also working on her wall balls. We've got Amaria Taylor-Williams to her medicine ball. She's starting that there at the 9-foot target. Elijah Price still working through his wall balls. I believe he's through 23 of the 50 repetitions. All right, it looks like Elijah Price is coming in on 30 repetitions. Barnes threw 40 reps on the 50 wall balls. All right, looks like Elijah with 2 reps to go. He's now done with the wall balls. He'll move now onto the 30 dumbbell hang cleans. Ron Barnes with 3 reps to go on his set. All right, I've got Elijah Price through 6 low burpees. They have 40 total to do here in this heat. Down at the other side, we've got a couple of young ladies. Ayoka Marks, almost done with her wall ball. She's only got 4 reps to go. I've got Amaria Taylor-Williams, a little over halfway done with her set. Ron Barnes working through his low burpees down here in lane number 8. He is making pretty quick work of those. We've got Yoka Marks, 2 reps to go now on her set. She's got 48 of the 50 repetitions on the wall balls done. So looking to finish that setup and get to work on her low burpees. And now still a battle between Elijah Price and Ron Barnes down here on their low burpees. Elijah a little over halfway done with his. Barnes right there with him. It looks like they're just a couple of reps apart. This event has a 16-minute time cap. We'll have to get with our clock official and figure out how far into the cap they are. It looks like just over 8 minutes currently. Yeah, just approaching that 9-minute mark now on the clock, so that leaves 7 minutes left for these guys to work now. No one is... I stand corrected. Ron Barnes has now moved on to his hang cleans on the dumbbells. He'll have 30 repetitions. Those are double dumbbells, so 1 in each hand. He'll have to do 30 reps hang cleans. Elijah Price also onto his 30 hang cleans. All right, we got Barnes and Price neck and neck here on these 30 dumbbell hang cleans. Barnes through 17, I think Price through 14 or 15. That's lanes 8 and 5. All right, it looks like Elijah and Barnes are on the exact same repetition. Now, Barnes done with his hang cleans. Price will now have to move on to those 20 devil's presses. Price getting to work on his. Barnes also right to work on his. looking here with eyes on the paddle, and they are off. That is 8 women in the 14 and 15 division swimming toward the buoy here. Competing today is Addison Daly. She currently holds the lead in first place overall, and right behind her is Annabelle Paquette, who is only 1 point back. So that should be an exciting race. And then Andrea Schmidl in third place, only 3 points out of first. So in reality, whoever wins this event most likely wins the overall competition. This is an exciting one for sure. All the athletes have already completed the 30-meter portion and are heading back to the beach. It is a little hard to tell from up here who is the first out of the water. I will let you know as soon as they come around the corner. But I've already seen 2, now 3 athletes begin their run. Now 4. We've got 4 athletes out of the water. Now 5. Now 6. Someone there in the back is making a big push on this run. So I believe that is Annabelle Paquette, who was 4th out of the water, and looks like she just overtook the other 3 on this 200-meter run. I'm not positive. One more athlete yet to come out of the water, and she's up and out. Now we've got all athletes making their way up to the pit. Yes, it is Annabelle Paquette who has taken the lead on the run. She's making the corner into the pit now to get started on those 50 wall ball shots. And then right behind her is the rest of the field. However, I have yet to see okay, yes, with that there are now 6 athletes heading into the pit on their 50 wall ball shots. Let's make our way in. I do believe Paquette has started. Yes, Paquette is already starting her wall balls. Just got hit with a no rep for depth, it looks like. And then Schmidl is yet to come in from the run. All right, so quick correction. Addison Daly actually had to switch heats last minute due to an equipment shortage. So she'll have to complete this workout here in the next heat, which may or may not be an advantage depending on how you look at it. She will definitely have the 16 to 17-year-olds to push her on that, looking to go a little bit faster, but also won't know exactly where Annabelle Paquette finished. So it's a true leave no doubt instance where she'll just have to give that event everything she has, and her time will be her time. So Paquette hit with another no rep there. She's been not quite getting low enough on the squatting portion, and a couple of missed target shots. Again, the judges are looking for the middle of that ball to get over the center of the target, and they are not letting any type of short reps slide here. All right, so now we have two athletes finished. Emily Deem, done with her wall balls first. She's working on her low burpees. Paquette right there behind her on the 40 low burpees. All right, so Paquette, with 5 reps to go, she has taken the lead back from Emily Deem, but Deem only 3 reps away from her. Schmidl still a few reps back. All right, and then it looks like it's going to be Annabelle Paquette, first one done, and starting her 30 repetitions on the dumbbell hang cleans. She's through 6 now of the 30 cleans, and then it'll be 20 devil's press upon completion of the cleans. All right, I'm waiting to see whose hand goes up first on these 30 hang cleans. We are just now past the halfway mark in the time cap, but it doesn't look like that's going to be a factor for any of these athletes, as all of them are significantly through the low burpees. And now a hand in the air for Paquette, who only has 5 reps left on the 30 dumbbell hang cleans. So she's looking to finish that set up, and now she's done. She has 20 devil's press into a 10-meter lunge. Let's pay attention to what her time is so we can see if Addison Daly will be able to chase that down here in the next heat. All right, so now we have a hand up in the air for Annabelle Paquette, who is now through 16 of the 20 Devil's Press. She only has a handful of reps left before that final 10-meter walking lunge. She's just past the 11-minute mark in the event, so I'm expecting her to finish sometime around 12, maybe a little bit shy depending on how fast she gets on that lunge. 1 rep left at 11 minutes 20 seconds. This is going to be huge going into the next heat for Paquette. All right, so now Paquette is done at 11:30. She's back on for the lunge. She's got to lunge her way down. And having to break 11:45 on the clock. That break there at the end was huge, and then getting hit with a no rep. She's shuffling her feet forward. There we go. She's back in line and has one more step and failing her lunge. Oh, she's at an exhausted point. She has to pull those dumbbells back another step, and this is costing her a lot of time. All right, dumbbells are back up. And another no rep. She's going to have to pull back her dumbbells again. This is now into the 12:20 mark in the clock. So this is huge for the overall leaderboard. Paquette now with one more rep. All right, she was given the good rep by the head judge, about 12 minutes and 30 seconds. As she beat Andrea Schmidl by, looks like just a couple of seconds. That was definitely an exciting ending there for Paquette. We're going to have to see how that stacks up going into the next heat with Addison Daly. Fantastic showing here for these ladies, as it looks like a good portion of them are all finishing. We are at the 13-minute mark now in the event. We've had 2 athletes finish and a third, Bella Lowe, who has now crossed the line. So that's 3. I've got Emily Deem working on the walking lunge, and Sophie Baker's on the Devil's Press still. All right, so Emily Deem across the line. That is 4 of the 7 out here working that have finished. We have about 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in the time cap. Hoping to see the other 3 athletes get across the line. I don't know exactly where all of them are at, but down here, Baker only with 5 Devil's Press left. All right, so we've got Emma Lee halfway done. All right, Emma Lee across the line. We've got 30 seconds remaining now. And 2 athletes still working on their devil's press. It doesn't look like either one of them will be finishing the event. So it's just as many reps as they can get here in the final 20 seconds. Impressive showmanship, though, in this heat of young ladies, especially that wild finish there from Annabelle Paquette. Struggling to make it across the line, but ultimately getting it done right around 12 and a half minutes. I'm excited to see how that time is going to stack up against Addison Daly here in the next heat. All right, we will be right back as we get all these guys lined up for Heat 3. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll be back in a minute.
women. And who's right behind her is Annabelle Paquette. She's 1 point behind her, so this is a big race. I think Paquette got about 12:30 to 12:40, so we're going to keep an eye on the clock throughout this event to see where Daly lines up for the first place spot in this competition. So it looks like we have 5 people out of the water and 2 more on their way, with actually 3 more on their way. So we have our whole heat out of the water, done swimming, taking off their buoys, and heading up here to do their 50 wall balls, 40 hang clean or 40 low burpees, 30 hang cleans, 20 devil's press, and 10 meters of overhead walking lunge. This last heat, you could see how spicy this gets at the end. Those shoulders are burning. Yeah, and they're just going for it. So it'll be fun race to the finish. Keep an eye on Daly, and we'll see where she lands. We got Argo around in the corner. Looks like Huff's up here.
Way to go, D! Nice job, girl!
Chessel's up here. Addison Daly is right up here as well, so she's looking good off of the swim. And where it comes to in the 18 to 20 women for the Pitt Collegiate Throwdown, Evelyn Huff is in second place by 2 points. So depending where she finishes on this, she could have a chance for first or a podium position. But you see this workout get really real in those 40 burpees. Here comes Wallace. Sharnowski's putting shorts on and shoes. This transition off of the swim, putting shoes on, ends up taking time. So it's interesting to see how much they choose to put on and how little they choose to put on for their time. Everyone is in from the swim. We're all working on those 50 wall balls. We're 2.5 minutes into this event. And you can't really tell where anybody is at until you see a hand go in the air for the judge. These athletes have some strategy, probably broken up in sets, maybe sets at 10, maybe 15, 15, 10, 10. They could hold on for big sets. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a hand in the air in the next 45 seconds. We have one brave soldier down here in lane 1. Her name is Leah Trevino, and she decided to not put shoes on, and she's just going straight for the swimsuit. River Lynn Miller is right next to her in lane 2. They both are also in the 14 and 15 division, so they are competing with Daly, who is down in lane 8. And we are looking for a hand to come in the air. Argo was the first in here to start on the wall balls. She just got a no rep on her wall ball. We have in lane 4, Evelyn Huff got through her 50 wall balls, and now she's starting on her burpees. Hand in the air for Chessel. She has 4 wall balls left, and then she will move on to her burpees as well. And Daly has a hand in the air. She's got 2 reps left of the wall ball, and then she will also move to the burpees. Hand in the air for Miller down here in lane 2. Daly's on her burpees. Huff is on her burpees. Wallace is on her burpees.
So it's like the bottom half of a burpee, kind of a push-up and a jump, definitely a burner. When you combine the swim with
Trevino in her swimsuit is moving on to her burpees. And it looks like she's doing fine with no shoes on, which is awesome. 4 wall balls left for Wallace down here in lane 7. You're going to see the biggest change in who is ahead in these burpees. It's who wants it more, who's going to let their shoulders hurt more. Because once you get to those hang cleans, 30 reps, it's pretty fast. Argo has 2 wall balls left.
So for those of you guys who like the race, you've got Evelyn Huff here in this team, who's sitting second place overall.
You see Evelyn Huff really committing to this workout, knowing that every point matters for her when it comes to this final leaderboard. Our 18 to 20-year-old women collegiate throwdown division has been the biggest division we have here at the pit. So you're seeing the most change in points and the most opportunity to sneak in a win and change up the leaderboard. So Huff knows that she has to push here, knowing there's a full heat of women right behind her. She's off the burpees and she's moving to 30 hang cleans right here. We are 5 minutes and 45 seconds into this workout and she is already on that dumbbell. That is impressive. And we're going to look for who is going to come to the dumbbell after her. Daly's working on her burpees. Wallace is working on her burpees. Trevino down here still working on hers. And Miller's working on hers too. We are on event 6 of a 2-day competition. These athletes are tired, but they're working hard and they're trying to get every point they can. In lane 3, we have Chessel, who has 2 burpees left, and then she will move forward to her dumbbells. Evelyn Huff is onto her devil's press. We're not even 7 minutes into this workout. Actually, I take that back. She is still working on those power cleans, so she has a hand in the air with 4 reps to go.
We've only got 3 reps left for Evelyn Huff there in lane 5. She has
still under 7 minutes. Evelyn Huff is going straight into those devil's press.
arguably the hardest part of this workout.
Addison Daly is onto her hang power cleans. 7 minutes in. We had Paquette come in around 12:40, 12:30. So we'll be watching the clock to see how she will hold and if her time will be good enough to take that first place position in this competition. We have 2 girls left on the burpees. We have Allie Charnowski in the middle of the floor and Riley Wallace down in lane 7. Keep watching for hands in the air. That's our biggest indicator on where these athletes are sitting to move forward into the next movement. Hand in the air for Wallace. She has 4 reps left. Evelyn Huff is grinding away. Every second matters for her, whether it's a second place position, a podium position in general, or first place position. She is going to need every point and every rep to secure that. Trevino down in lane 1 is rocking it. And next to her, Riverlyn has 2 reps left of her hang cleans. Trevino went straight into her devil's press. And Riverlyn is also moving straight into her devil's press. They're joining Daly down there in lane 8. 8:30 on the clock. So we'll be watching for a hand in the air. See if anyone can go sub 10. Wallace working through her hang power cleans, along with Charnowski and Argo. Charnowski and Argo are right next to each other, and Argo has 5 reps left here in lane 3. 9 minutes into this workout. Listening, waiting for a hand to go in the air. One thing about a devil's press is it takes time. This is almost the most time-consuming part of this workout. Second to probably the burpees. And you have to make that decision that you want it and that you're moving fast for it. We see down here Trevino and Miller are both holding a really good pace on these devil press. And we will see how that lands them. Daly's chipping away down there in lane 8 for the 14 through 15 division. And then Chessel is right next to Huff in the middle of the floor. And they are fighting for who is going to get this first place position in this heat for this division. Huff has a hand in the air. She has 5 reps left, and we're sitting at 10 minutes. She has to grind through these reps, and then she will do those lunges.
By the other leaders
We're looking for a second hand in the air on these devil's press.
Up in the air for Leah Trevino, who is only 2 reps behind of Evelyn Huff on these
Leah
devil's
Trevino has a hand in the air. She has 3 devil's press left, and Miller has 4 reps left, and Daly has a hand in the air. This could actually throw a wrench in some of the times and placings because Riverland and Trevino are both making a heck of a move in this final workout. We're 11 minutes in. Pickwet had a 12:40 time. So let's see how they finish up, and let's see how fast they can lunge after the shoulder fatigue. Trevino is working through her final lunge. Riverland is working through her final lunge. And we have Evelyn Huff came through for the 18 through 20-year-olds. Trevino and Miller are both in. Daly down here in lane 8 is working through her final 10 meters. We have had some really fast times in this heat. 11:30 are fast. They are smoking the last heat out of the water, and I think these girls from 14 to 15 had an advantage in this heat because they are with older girls and are pushing them harder. Charnowski is working through her devil press. Chessel's working through her devil press, along with Wallace and Argo. We have 4 minutes left of this time cap. Hand in the air for Chessel, next to Wallace over here on the right side of the gym.
And a handful of young ladies working through the devil's press. Charnowski,
4 reps left for Chessel. There should be a pretty tight race in the reps of the devil press between Wallace, Charnowski, and Argo. They're all moving at a little bit different paces, but they also all got to the devil's press at a different time. Hand in the air for Charnowski. She has 5 reps left, and there's 3 minutes remaining in this workout. Four reps remaining for Charnowski. 2 reps remaining for Chessel. And Charnowski can make a late push if she wanted to in these devil's press. She is cycling these devil's press very quickly. And it will come down to who can hold on to this lunge. Argo still chipping away. Wallace still chipping away. Charnowski holding on to that lunge and going straight into it. If she can hang on to this lunge, she will beat out Mina Lloyd Chessel, who took a break. And Charnowski is in. We're going to watch Chessel get ready for her lunge, and she is up, and she's going to go on to her 10-meter lunge. Hand in the air for Argo. She has 5 reps remaining. And Wallace is headed back to her lunge. So we might have a whole heat of finishers in this workout.
We've got Riley Wallace.
Argo has 3 reps left.
2 minutes on the clock. Let's help these ladies get done with this event here.
Wallace has the dumbbells up over her head, and she is doing her final 10 meters of this competition. Argo has 2 more reps. She's been fighting hard this whole weekend. Wallace has finished up. So Argo is fighting through her final reps. She is moving her dumbbells back. She has 1 more devil's press, and then she will lunge those final 10 meters.
One more devil's press and then starting that lunge.
Yeah, and she pushed right through that. She's going to head straight into her lunge because she has him overhead. And that is a smart transition right there. She probably has 3 steps into the finish, and she has 45 seconds until that time cap. One more step. Yeah. She's got one more step. Might have two. And she has 30 seconds left. And she has one lunge left. She's a fighter, though. She's going to try with everything she's got in her to get this, and we're going to cheer her on this side.
All right, guys, come on, make some noise. 15 seconds.
Yeah. And she finished up that workout and fought through every one of those double press. That was awesome. So that was our 18 through 20 women for the Pitt Collegiate Throwdown. And then we had a few 14 through 15 women from our Pitt Teen Throwdown. And yeah, that was event 6.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is going to be heat number 4. 18 to 20 collegiate women. They are all lined up there on the buoy down at the beach. We're going to kick this one off here in just a few minutes. So for those of you guys that like leaderboarding, this event's going to be fun because in the previous heat we saw Evelyn Huff set a time of 11 minutes 10 seconds. Now she is effectively in second place going into this event over on the leaderboard. Her points leader, Nadia Samilis, is in this heat, but she doesn't know Evelyn's time. So she's going to have to do everything she can here to chase that down. That's 11 minutes, 10 seconds. Officially 11 minutes, 10 seconds. So if she beats her, she will win overall on the leaderboard, but it's going to come down to the wire here. These athletes already nearly completed with the 60-meter swim portion and then a 200-meter run up the side of the pond to get up to the pit. I see one athlete already out. I do believe that I do believe that is Nadia out in front. Get confirmation here in a second as they come around the corner. Yes, that is Nadia Samilis, who will have to beat the time of 11 minutes and 10 seconds if she wants to hang on to the overall lead over Evelyn Huff, setting that top time in the previous heat. Right there coming up are the rest of the competitors. Lily Takats turning the corner here. Addison White coming around. Veronica Mrazek coming around. All right, and just like that, here they all are coming into the pit, getting shoes on. So now all athletes working through 50 wall ball shots. This is probably going to take about 2 minutes if they were to go unbroken, maybe a little bit less depending on how fast the cycle time is. Though with the workout being as long as it is, I doubt many will go unbroken. Now Smilis just might give it a shot here. She's here in this middle lane, working just by the American flag here. Okay, so Smilis already through 49, now 50. She did go unbroken, and it's going to start those 40 low burpees already through 2 reps. Smilis is leagues ahead of the rest of the field out here, but again, she's not really competing with the girls in this heat. She's trying to chase down Evelyn Huff's time from the last heat, 11 minutes, 10 seconds. She's on pace to do it, but will have to be able to hang on to this pace through the dumbbells. It is going to be a tale that only time will tell. We are 4 minutes in, and she's already through 15 of the 40 low burpees. All right, so Huff only 2 points back on the leaderboard, meaning Smilis would have to beat her here in this event. If Huff's time holds up over Smilis, she will win. But Nadia Dunn now with her 40 low burpees. We are just past the 5-minute mark. The Devil's Press are going to definitely define this event. They've been the hardest movement so far and the most time-consuming throughout the previous heats. Smilis making quick work of the cleans. I'm assuming she's probably going to do 2, maybe 3 sets here to get through with them before moving on to the 20 Devil's Press, which I do believe is the hardest part of the workout. Smilis through 13 of the 30 hang power cleans. Has yet to put the dumbbells down. I would expect her to do 2, maybe 3 sets, getting to that 16 rep mark. All right, so we've got a hand in the air now for Nadia Smilis, who only has 5 reps to go on those hang power cleans before moving on to the 20 Devil's Press. She's through 6 minutes 25 seconds, well ahead of the pace set by Evelyn Huff in the previous heat, but the workout will be dependent on her performance here through the 20 Devil's Press. She's wasting no time getting started, already through 1 and working on the 2nd rep. If this pace holds up, she will win the competition. So we'll know here in the next minute or so. Now let's say Nadia wins the event, right? She gets first overall, undisputed. But on the leaderboard, we've got Lily Takats, who is in 3rd place. She is right behind Evelyn Huff on the leaderboard. And Takats is now working through her hang cleans, 7.5 minutes in. So Takats would have to beat Huff with 2 athletes in between them. Might happen here in the heat. It's hard to tell as we are approaching the 8-minute mark. Takats still working on her hang cleans, as is a good portion of the field. Addison White working through hers. All right, so we've got a hand in the air for Nadia Smilis, who has 3 reps to go on those Devil's Press. We are not yet at the 9-minute mark, so unless something catastrophic were to happen in the final lunge steps, she will win this event and be the champion overall, points-wise. So the race really becomes for second. Can Lily Takats chase down Evelyn Huff's time? Smilis done and already on the lunges. She's 9 minutes in. So Nadia Smilis looking to close out a huge weekend and an easy championship, winning overall. All right, as we approach the 11-minute mark here in about 15 seconds, it does not look like Takats is going to catch Evelyn Huff's time. All right, 1 minute to go here for the rest of the young ladies. We've only got 2 still working. We might be able to see them both cross the line. 1 more rep for Arnold, 2 more reps here for Green.
PitFest is sponsored by Farm Bureau Insurance, Ariel Lowen, Fit Aid, RP, Renaissance Periodization, Tier, RX Smart Gear, Asian Flavor Punch, and presented by Jocko Fuel, Barbell Voodoo, and Thick Boy.
do their 50 wall balls, 40 low burpees, 30 hang cleans, 20 devil's press, and finishing with that 10-meter overhead walking lunge. Athletes are starting in 10 seconds.
All right, we're going to start it off here in 5, 3.
They're going in 3, 2, 1, go. And they're starting that 60-meter swim. The last few heats, everyone's been getting out of the water about the same time, running around. We saw some interesting technique from the last heat. They took towels down there so they could dry off on their run up here, which is a veteran move right there. We have seen a few people not wear shoes and just go for it. And for some people, it has paid off. So transitions here really matter. We'll see how it goes. We have one person who pulled ahead, and she is already out of the water. It looks like we have a pack of 3 about to come in, and then another pack of 3 behind them. And here they come. It looks like I see Maddie Nemi. She's making a move. Annie's running out. I think Paige Woodruff is in front. And everyone is out of the water. So these girls are all making their way up. They're taking off their swim caps, taking off their goggles, and they're getting ready to come up here, put their clothes on, and get to work on these 50 wall balls. We're looking for the first around the corner, and we have 3 athletes. Annie Patiprin, we have Maddie Nemi, we have Paige Woodruff, and Macy Remlinger was leading into the transition. Sophie Calipri is coming around right now, along with Haley Trimpey, and then Lean Abunayev is about to round this corner as well. You're seeing these ladies head on in the transition. Maddie Nemi chalked her hands to have a good grip on that wall ball.
Remember your game plan. You got it. Come on.
As she's starting, so it doesn't slip from the water. We have a pretty fun race in this one. So in first place, we have Maddie Nemi. Second place, we have Macy Remlinger. Third place, we have Haley Trimpey. And Annie Patiprin is in 4th by 1 point. So depending where she finishes, who gets in between her and Haley Trimpey, if there is anyone, we could have a little bit of an upset on this podium. These athletes are veteran athletes. They've been here a few years. They're working through these reps. So they're going to be smart on these wall balls. They're going to break them up, save their shoulders a little bit longer before they enter the burpees. That will just smoke the shoulders into the final movements. Remlinger was the first to enter the gym. So we might see her hand in the air first, but we're going to start to see hands pop up in about the next 30 seconds. So we're going to keep looking. So we can tell who is in the lead for this heat.
Wait to see what hands going in the air first. They've got to be getting close. At least the first couple of plays get started.
We're watching for hands still. We're almost 4 minutes into this event. Hand in the air for Maddie Nemi, along with Sophia Colapri. They're right next to each other. Nemi's in lane 3. Colapri is in lane 4. Colapri is the first to her burpees. Remlinger has a hand in the air. She's got 1 wall ball left, and then she will start her burpees as well. Burpee speed here is really key. Having the low burpee is a new implement. It makes for quick reps, but it also makes for no rest, causing the chance to have a little bit of a blow up. We have Haley Trimpey and Annie Petiprin getting to the burpees at the same time down in lane 7 and 8. And that is the race for third place right there, because like I said, there's 1 point separating them on the leaderboard. They're 5 minutes into this workout.
All right, 5 minutes into the event. We've got a couple of athletes half away.
Trimpey and Petiprin going 1 for 1 down in the end. It's going to come to those devil press. That is when we've seen the most separation in this workout and the most pain faces. It gets very real in those final devil's press. Maddie Nemi, our leader, is in the middle of the floor working through her burpees. She's holding a solid pace. Calipri was actually the first to the burpee, though. So we will see whose hand goes in the air first. It looks like Calipri has 4 burpees left before she moves on.
All right, so Calipri there in the middle range only has 2 reps.
Nemi's hand is in the air. She has 4 reps left on that burpee, and you'll see Remlinger's hand in the air come up pretty quickly. Yep, there it is. So we have a 1, 2, and 3 race right here. Calipri's picking up those dumbbells. Woodruff has a hand in the air for her wall balls. She has 1 more wall ball, and then she will head to her burpees. It'll be interesting to see how these ladies break up the hang cleans, because that can put them in the position to have 1 rep ahead going into the devil's press or 1 rep behind. Nemi taking a quick break. Remlinger holding on. Colaprit hanging on. It's all about minimizing rest, knowing yourself well enough to ride that line, stay about 3 reps below failure, rest a little bit, and keep going. We're 7 minutes into this workout. Lean Abunayev down here in lane 1 is working through her 40 burpees, along with Paige Woodruff down in lane 5. Calipri has 3 hang cleans left, and then she will head right into those devil's press. Patiprin down in lane 8 is working through her hang cleans. Trimpey is drying off her shoulders, talking to the head judge, so I wonder if there was a no rep down there. So that is your race down there for 3rd place. Hand in the air for Nemi with 4 reps left. And Calipri got a little bit of a head start on that devil press. I think she's 2 to 3 to 4 reps into them. And Nemi is just finishing up her cleans. And Remlinger is following closely behind. Trimpey working away on her hang cleans. Patiprin getting ready to pick up those dumbbells. And Patiprin's getting back to work. So down there, we're looking for a hand in the air. Abunayev is moving from her burpees. She's going to start working on those hang power cleans. Paige Woodruff down in lane 5 is taking a quick break, and then she will continue to work on her burpees. We say hand in the air for Haley Trimpey down there in lane 7 with 3 hang cleans left. Caliprit's working through her devil press. Nemi's working through her devil press along with Remlinger in lanes 2, 3, and 4. We have a hand in the air. Paige Woodruff has 2 burpees remaining before she will head to those hang power cleans. And Annie Patiprin has 1 hang clean left. She is also working on her devil press. So Lane 7, lane 8, Trimpy and Patiprin are in a close race down there on the far end of the gym. Calaprete's been working away consistently at these Devil's Press, as well as Nimi. You see it getting real. We're waiting to see a hand. There's a hand in the air for Calaprete down there in the middle of the floor. She has 5 reps remaining. We're sitting at about 10 minutes on the clock. So these ladies have 6 minutes until this time cap. Calaprete with 4 reps remaining, waiting for a hand in the air for Nimi and Remlinger. Abunayev and Woodruff both working on their hang power cleans. 2 Devil's Press remaining for Calaprete. And then she will move on to her 10-meter overhead walking lunge.
All right, we've got one final rep there for Sophia Calaprete.
Hand in the air for Nimi.
10-meter overhead walking lunge.
Calaprete getting back to start her lunge. And then she will lunge to the finish line and be done with her Pitt Collegiate Throwdown for this year.
Looking to close out this.
These are your 21 through 23-year-old women.
Here in the final event, she's about halfway done. Now, with that,
2 reps remaining for Nimi. 3 reps remaining for Remlinger. Those are your 1 and 2 right now on the overall leaderboard. And we have Sophia Calaprete in, taking the heat win. We're looking for a hand down in lane 7 and 8.
no rep there, little shuffle step. That might just open the door for Remlinger.
Between Haley Trimpy and Annie Patiprin to see who will start their lunges first. We have a race between Abunayev and Woodruff on their hang power cleans, and Nimi is in. Remlinger is about to pick up her dumbbells to finish up her overhead walking lunges. And there's 4 minutes remaining in this heat. Remlinger's got one more lunge to go, and then she will be done with her competition, and Remlinger is in. So down here in lane 7 and 8, we have 2 hands in the air on these devil press. There is 1 point separating them, and we will see how this shakes up the leaderboard. So Trimpy is taking a break, and Patiprin tied her on the devil's press. They both have 3 reps, and then they will go into that lunge. So it's a battle of who wants it more. And they have 2 more reps. We have about 3 minutes on the clock. Trimpy has 1 rep. Patiprin has 1 rep, and Patiprin are way into it. And Patiprin, they both put their dumbbells down. So we're going to see who picks it up first and who gets across that line first. Who's going to take the risk and who is going to beat each other out. Patiprin started her lunge down. She has 1 more lunge. And then she is in. And Trimpy is working through her. She took a break. So we will see how this lands on the leaderboard. We had Sophia Calaprete take that win, so I think we could have a whole shuffle. But we have Haley Trimpy finishing up her final lunges. Trimpy with 1 more lunge, and Trimpy is in. We have about 2 minutes left on the clock. And we have Paige Woodruff and Lean Abunayev working through their final devil's press.
All right, we got 90 seconds left.
We'll see if there's a hand in the air for either of these ladies with 90 seconds left. It's going to be close for them to finish. So just getting every rep they can will mean the most in this moment. We have 1 minute left on the clock.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute left on the clock.
There's 30 seconds left. These ladies are continuing to fight through these Devil's Press with impressive efforts.
All right, 15 seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
They have 15 seconds left. And it is a battle for reps right here. No idea who's in front. And they are just fighting to the end. And done. That is your Pitt Collegiate Teen 21 through 23-year-old women.
All right, welcome back. This is going to be heat number 5. We just got done with our collegiate women's division. Now we've got a mixed heat of young men out there swimming 30 meters in, making a turn at the buoy and back up to the beach. This is the final event here at the PitFest 2025. These guys have definitely put in the work as of late. Looking to close things out with a bang here. We've got some young ladies, young men out there sweating and working hard. Already got one athlete out. All right, so already working on the wall balls is Corning and some of the ladies here. All right, 3 minutes in. And here comes Lonnie Holderman looking to join these guys on the wall. All right, a quick update here from heat number 5 for the men. Mitchell Corning out in front by a large margin. He's looking to run away here in this event. On the ladies' side, we've got a bit of a race going. Brissa Plata doing very well on her low burpees. I've got Natalie Nat Wilson right behind her, but out in front by the largest portion here is Sage Bulware, who is working on her 30 cleans already. All right, Bulware still out in front. Her closest competitor is down here in lane number 8, and that is going to be Caitlin Long, who is just a few reps back. All right, so Bulware's still out in front. She's only got 5 reps to go now on her hang cleans. We are just past the 8-minute mark in the event. Looking to stay up there out in front. She's got a sizable lead over Long down in lane number 8. Looking to get started on those Devil's Press here in just a second. I've got Mitchell Corning still out in front by a sizable margin. He's just looking to hang on to his lead as well. All right, we got a hand up in the air now for Long down in lane 8. She's looking to join Sage Bulware on the Devil's Press. Bulware threw about 6 of the 20 reps as we come across the 9-minute, 15-second mark.
Opting for shoes, some opting not to wear them. Alexander Vidopian is coming around now. And we have Abriel. We have Amari, Joshua, and Raheem all coming in. So once they all get in the gym, they'll start on their wall balls. And they're about 2 minutes into this workout right now. Other than the last 3 boys we had in the last heat, these are most of our boys, and then we have one more heat of boys coming. So we will see how they handle this workout, how their shoulder stamina is, and what their strategies are to best optimize their performance.
Joshua Venice down here with a good fast cycle time on his wall ball shots. Kellen White working through his wall balls as well. Peralt also cycled through the wall ball shots. I've got Abriel.
For our 14 and 15 men in the lead, we have Abriel Vidopian, and in second place overall on the leaderboard, we have Alexander Vidopian. Those are our twins and are very competitive with each other. So I'm sure the training environment in their gym is super fun on the day-to-day because they keep each other invested in this sport. And then in third place, we have Declan Campbell, and they are all working through their wall balls. These guys have 20-pound wall balls and 35-pound dumbbells. We have a hand in the air for Kellen White, and he finished those wall balls, and he's going to start on his burpees. We're watching for another hand to go in the air. Kellen was the first off the swim. So he was the first in the gym to start the wall ball, so we should have a hand pretty quick. Campbell, right next to Kellen, has 3 wall balls left, and then he will start his burpees.
All right, there's Declan Campbell, looking to be the second athlete on the wall.
Campbell getting right to those burpees and starting his work. Down in lane 2, we have Amari Brooks working on his burpees. Peralt is working on his burpees now as well, finishing up those wall balls. Abriel Vidopian is finishing up his wall balls, and then he will start on his burpees. It's been a long 2 days for these guys. It is 3:30 here in Michigan, and they are working on their last workout of the weekend. Ben is still working through his wall balls with a hand in the air and 3 reps to go. Raheem is working on his wall balls along with Alexander, who has 2 remaining.
All right, Joshua Venice finished up his wall ball shots. He's now working on
Venice is done with his wall balls, and he's working on his burpees. And Alexander Vidopian is finishing up those wall balls and getting to work on his burpees. Hand in the air for Kellen White. He is through his burpees, headed to those cleans.
just about 6 minutes in, a little under here in the event.
We're 6 minutes into this event, 10 minutes ago. Raheem is working on his wall balls still. Kellen's working on his hang cleans, and everyone else is working through their 40 burpees. Campbell has 2 burpees left, and then he will join White on those cleans.
Taking the lead into the hang cleans. Kellen White, just a few reps ahead. They're going to be battling for that top spot here in the heat. White.
We have 2 off of the burpees. We're watching for a hand for the next to come off of the burpees. Raheem moved from his wall balls and is now working on his burpees. Campbell moving through those cleans. Kellen moving through those cleans. We're 7 minutes into this workout.
Trying to catch up as we are past the 7-minute mark now. Kellen White getting those dumbbells adjusted, chest down to the ground. Here he goes. 20 is the number.
Campbell has 7 hang cleans left. Hand in the air, 5 hang cleans left, and Kellen White is starting to work through those devil's press. So we have a fun race right in the middle of the floor. And Abriel and Alexander, your 1 and 2, are still working through their burpees. So it'll be interesting to see if the leaderboard shakes up at all, depending on the positioning of this final heat for them.
There goes the halfway mark. 8 minutes in, we still have a lead on White with Declan Campbell a few reps back. Nate Kerwell joining the fray on the cleans. He's a few reps in here, and now we've got Abriel.
Hand in the air for Bennis down in lane 1. He has 1 burpee remaining.
Onto the devil's press. Campbell trying to chase down.
Declan Campbell is moving his double press and trying to trace down Kellen White right next to him.
We're about 8 minutes, 40 seconds into the event.
He is pushing himself. He is working hard. We are 8 minutes and 45 seconds into this workout, and the Vadopian twins are on to their hang power cleans.
Onto the devil's press as well. Kellen White's trying to hang on to that lead. Declan Campbell hot on his heels there.
We have Raheem down in the farthest lane working on his burpees. And everyone else has moved on to the hang cleans. Amari Brooks in lane 2 is doing his hang cleans. And hand in the air for Kellen White with 5 reps to go right in the middle of your floor. Lane 4. Declan Campbell is at 11 devil's press, so he is a few reps behind White in the middle of the floor, but depending his positioning can set him up well for that overall leaderboard scoring. The Vadopian brothers are still working through their devil press as well.
Here we go, Kellen White now done.
You've really seen this workout get hard in these 20 devil's press.
Looking to lunge across that finish line here.
Alexander Vadopian, hand in the air. He's working on his hang clean still. And Raheem in the farthest lane is working through his hang cleans. Kellen White is starting to lunge in his final 10 meters, and he had a fail. Campbell working on his 3 devil's press.
Trying to hang on to the event here.
You're seeing the shoulder fatigue hit these boys. Campbell had a misunderstanding, has 1 more.
Here in the very end.
And then he is going behind, and he's trying to go right into the lunge. We have that race between Campbell and White. And White made it through. And Campbell has 1 lunge remaining, and he made it through. Under 11 minutes. That is a good workout. And Kellen got a no rep. So Campbell took the lead in that workout. And he won that workout with Kellen White right behind him. I'm not sure exactly why Kellen got that no rep. Could have been a lockout at the end. Could have been dropping the dumbbells overhead. Either way, that was an awesome performance by those 2 guys right in the middle of the floor. Now we're watching the rest of these guys work through their devil's press. Raheem is working on his hang power cleans down in the farthest lane.
All right, we are 12 minutes
Gabriel and Alexander both working on those devil's press. Hand in the air for Vadopian. He has 3 devil's press left. Raheem down in the farthest lane is working on his devil press. Gabriel's trying to finish up this. Nate Perrault got a no rep on his devil press, and he has 5 of them left. Venice in lane 1 is working through his devil's press. Gabriel finished up his devil press, and he's going to get started on his lunge here quickly. Raheem in the farthest lane working on his devil's press. Gabriel is going for this last 10 meters of lunging, and he is through. He is in. We have 3 minutes left. Nate Perrault is done with those devil press. He has 1 more rep, and then he will walk back over, and he will do 10 meters of lunges to finish up his weekend. We have Venice still on the floor working through his devil press. We have Raheem working on his devil press. And we have Alexander Vadopian in second place, currently overall, working through his. Nate Perrault is in. Alexander Vadopian has 4 reps left. And these guys are getting around him, cheering him on. Raheem next to Alexander is working on his double press. And Venice is 10 reps into his devil's press. There's 2 minutes remaining in this event.
2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes left.
These guys are cheering each other on through this final few reps, final few minutes, and this is the sport of CrossFit right here, is cheering on our friends when stuff gets hard and helping them out. They're talking him through it. They're trying to get him to finish this workout with 90 seconds left and 10 meters of overhead walking lunge. Alexander Vadopian is walking down. He's pushing through his shoulders. He's got 1 more big step. He's up, and he is in. We have 2 guys remaining. We have Joshua Bennis on the far end of one side of the floor, and then on the other side of the floor, we have Raheem with 1 minute remaining. Raheem is going on his 10 meters of overhead walking lunge. He's going to finish that. And Raheem finished that workout. Bennis has 5 reps remaining and 30 seconds.
We got a hand up in the air. 30 seconds on the clock. Joshua Bennis.
There's Raheem just finishing up his event. Bennis with 4 reps to go.
20 seconds.
There's 20 seconds. Bennis is giving his full effort through the last bit of this workout. He has 10 more seconds to go.
10 seconds.
And then his weekend will be over, along with the rest of these 14 through 15 men. And time for this group of guys. Heat 7 is done. We will be back shortly for Heat 8.
PitFest is sponsored by Farm Bureau Insurance, Ariel Lowen, Fit Aid, RP, Renaissance Periodization, Tier, RX Smart Gear, Asian Flavor Punch, and presented by Jocko Fuel, Barbell Voodoo, and Thick Boy.
All right. I put it up top of there. Why the fuck would you say that?
Just taking some.
Not on my side. I don't know why.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off the final heat of Event 6, Devil's Tower. Fancy little chipper we got here at the very end. We've got our 14 to 15 and Pit Training League gentlemen out there in the water on this final heat. Working through their swim now. All right, I'm looking at Life. The first one out of the water. He's taking off around the pond. He's trying to be the first one up here into the pit. Got a couple of gentlemen hot on his heels, though. They're in second place. Nolan Schley, about 50 meters behind the leader right now in this event, Life, who's trying to make his way into the pit. That's Nolan Schley right behind. and then the rest of the competition following in behind them. All right, so we've got Maxwell Torrey working through his wall balls. Nolan Schley, maybe the fastest cycle time we're seeing in here on those 50 wall balls. He's trying to take the lead back from Life Smith, who was the first one out of the swim and up to the pit. So they are trying to see who's going to take first here. They are just a couple of points apart on the leaderboard. Hey, remember to tell everybody they're tied for points. All right, so we've got Life Smith and Nolan Schley who are tied for points on the leaderboard right now. So whichever one wins this event wins the competition, and they are about 2 reps apart right now, going neck and neck here in this final event. All right, so if you're watching this event, we've got Life Smith, Nolan Schley, just a couple of reps apart here. Looks like Life Smith is a little bit faster on the low burpees, but we know this workout comes down to that set of dumbbells as it has every other heat. So we're just under 5 minutes in, looking to see these gentlemen and who is going to push harder on the dumbbells. All right, so we got a hand in the air for Life Smith already, who only has now 2 reps to go. He's trying to run away here and create a big gap between him and Nolan Schley to get to the dumbbell. So Life Smith, first guy off the burpees onto the dumbbell. All right, so Nolan Schley getting closer to that 40 rep count on the low burpees. Life Smith, who is about 15 cleans in. He's got a relatively large lead on Schley, but it's all going to come down to these 20 devil's press as we've seen in previous heats. So now Schley is done with his 40 low burpees. He's moving on to the dumbbells to join Life Smith. Life Smith has about 15 reps on him here on the cleans. So it's going to come down to who is able to push a little bit harder when the devil's press come around. All right, so Life Smith, hand up now, finishing up those 30 cleans. He's got to get to work on 20 devil's press as Nolan Schley is doing everything he can to chase down Life Smith, who has a sizable lead over him. But Schley is moving those dumbbells with some intention here, not willing to forfeit the event win without a fight. All right, so 8.5 minutes in, Life is moving through those devil's press. He's not moving extremely fast, but he's not dawdling. If Nolan Schley is going to make something happen, he's going to have to do it now. He's working fast on the cleans with only 3 reps to go. If he can hustle on these devil's press, he might be able to catch Life Smith, but Life Smith with enough lead that if he just watches Schley and paces him out, he should be able to hang on to the event win here. We'll see what they have left here as we are now at the 9-minute mark. started with the podium ceremony. All right, we'll start off with the 14 to 18 women for the podium ceremony. We got 1, 2, and 3. So when I call your name, if you guys just want to come on up, stand up on the podium, we're going to get some pictures. And it's going to our live stream, so everyone watching at home will be able to see you. Smile real big, and then we'll give you some prizes. We got some good stuff here, and yeah, we'll just start right off with the 14 to 18 women. So in third place, with 19 points, we've got Amaria Taylor-Williams. So you can come on up. Good job. In second place, with 23 points, Ayoka Marks. Yeah, who do you want, Mom? Hey, Leah. And then taking the top spot with 25 points, Sanaya Robbins. Good job, guys. All right, we'll move on now to the 14 to 18 men. So in second place with 9 points, Ron Barnes. And in first place with 10 points, Elijah Price. All right, we'll move on now to the 14 to 15 teen girls division. This one was really close. All right, so in third place with 46 points, Andrea Schmidl. In second place with 49 points, Annabelle Paquette. And then in first place with 51 points, Addison Daly. All right, for the 14 to 15 men's division, we've got another really close one. So in third place with 34 points, Declan Campbell. And then in second place with 35 points, Alexander Vadopian. And then in first place with 44 points, Abriel Vadopian, twin brothers, first and second. For the 16 to 17 women's division, 14 points, taking third place is Caitlin Long. And then in second place with 15 points, Brescia Plata. And in first place with 24 points, Sage Bulware. For the 16 to 17 men's division, in third place with 22 points, Carter Rosenberg. In second place with 31 points, Nolan Schley. And then in first place with 32 points, Life Smith. All right, for the Collegiate 18 to 20 women's division, in third place with 55 points, Lily Takats. In second place with 63 points, Evelyn Huff. And then in first place with 66 points, Nadia Samilis. What is? Oh, wow. All right, for the Collegiate 18 to 20 men's division, in third place with 9 points, Luke Nemi. In second place with 11 points, Lonnie Holderman. Good job, big dog. And in first place with 16 points, Mitchell Corning. All right, for the Collegiate 21 to 23 women's division, in third place with 27 points, Sophia Calaprete.
Oh, she's there. Good job, Sophia.
And in second place with 32 points, Macy Remlinger. And in first place with 39 points, Maddie Nemi.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like they planned it. Imagine that. The girls all match.
And then for the Collegiate 21 to 23 men's division, the champion with 6 points, Maxwell Torrey.
Good job, Max.
All right, thank you so much for tuning into the live stream, and that will conclude the 2025 Pit Throwdown. See you next time.
Few of us. Well, if you're not, thank you so much for coming. Hopefully we all had a good time. Hopefully the events were good. We dodged the weather. That's good, right? We dodged the weather. Loved this smaller group this year. It was great. Felt a lot more community-esque, you know. And really proud of all of these kids who came out and gave it their all. And I just want to remind everybody kind of the deeper level of this. I saw some people really getting frustrated, throwing things, or, you know, after they were done, they got capped or whatever and kind of were disappointed. But that's part of this game. And as an athlete, I'm talking to you athletes that maybe did that, or maybe they felt frustrated, maybe they felt like they weren't good enough, or the other kids had, you know, had had an opportunity to practice more, or they'd, had better weightlifting or better swimming or better gymnastics, but that's this game. That is this game. And that's life too, okay? So as you come into these struggles here on the floor, think about that. Understand that, there's rules of progress, right? There's 3 different rules of progress, right? One of them is failing. Okay, this is the rule of thirds. One of them is failing. And after you fail, you learn about that failure. And then there's the second section of that rule, the middle section. And that section is where you work on those things that maybe caused the failure, or maybe you found a couple little things that you could put into play, progress towards the final rule of accomplishing that failure, working on it, and then having success, right, coming through. So I want you guys to kind of think about all these little challenges that you came into here today, and think about the rule of the thirds, right? When you have a bad day, it's not just a bad day, okay? It's an actual part of progression. It's an actual part of learning. And just because you failed, or just because you didn't make it on top of the podium or even to the podium, doesn't mean that this is over, okay? It means that you get to go back, you have the opportunity to get back in the gym, you have the opportunity to get back in the classroom, whatever the scenario is, and work on that progression in the middle stage. And then eventually, I promise you, hard work pays off. That's cliche to say, but I promise you, you will feel that success at some point in the future, okay? So if you don't leave with anything, leave with that. If you have a bad day, you just chalk it up to the rule of the thirds, and you keep on trying, guys. Keep on trying. I'm proud of everybody. Thank you guys all for coming. One more thing, guys. Our team here is, this may, feel a little clunky here and there sometimes, but I promise you, everybody in our team here at the Pit is dedicated to making sure that you guys feel that success and feel that good feeling. And if you can walk out of here with a little bit of goodness in your heart, then it makes all of us on our team so happy and so proud to be able to put this event on and give you that little piece of something. So hopefully you guys can store a little bit of that and feel proud of yourselves and proud of your friends, and the parents. Make sure that you're telling your kids that you're proud. And kids, obviously, hug the people who brought you here. Hug your mom and dad. Hug your grandma and grandpa. Tell everybody, spread the love, guys. Spread the love, okay? Thank you guys all for coming. One more big round of applause for all of our volunteers and for yourselves. Hopefully we see you guys next year, and maybe at the camp, okay? Maybe at the camp. But always remember what's written on the back wall, okay? Leave no doubt. Have a good one, guys. Thank you.